I always wanted to see the world. My whole life, I wondered, what's out there? So, we built a ship and began the adventure of a lifetime. We traveled so far. We went to the strangest places, hunted for treasure in frozen ruins, survived fire and ash in the lava fields, visited the beautiful glow forest. But to go further, we needed something more. We needed ancient tech, engines nobody can build anymore. We hunted through long-dead cities. Our search took us underground, where we fought for our lives. There was only one more place to go: space. But what we sought was well guarded. I thought I knew what we'd find, but I was wrong. It was so much more. This is my journey. This is my odyssey.
They pulled Nick roughly across the counter.
Thursday night he hits go live and streams out to be heard. Gaming lawyer on the mic again with his famous words. I live stream every Thursday night. You can take it to the bank. Folks took him at his word and gave him heartfelt thanks. But some took his words much more to heart and went to their banks just like he said. What happened to them when they got there are tales of woe and dread. They took it to the bank, their hearts full of trust and dedication. He took it to the bank, but just found pain and defenestration. He took it to the bank and said the words gaming lawyers said. But then things went so badly, they wish they had just stayed at home instead. Nick came to the bank and stepped up to the counter proudly.
Gaming lawyer told me to take it to the bank.
Nick said clear and loudly. But when the teller heard him, the face was suddenly appalled.
They pulled Nick roughly across the counter and kicked him in the balls.
Get the hell out of here, they told him roughly as security grabbed his ass. They threw Nick through the window in a hail of broken glass. Nick took it to the bank, his heart full of trust and dedication. He took it to the bank, but just found pain and defenestration. He took it to the bank and said the words gaming lawyers said to say. But then things went so badly, they wish they'd stayed away. Brad showed up another time, his dedication plain.
I came for gaming lawyer.
He declared, but met jeers and pure disdain.
They branded Brad a fool and called gaming lawyer the father of lies.
Then tossed Brad through the window too, much to his surprise. Now stream chats fill with warnings, tales of bruises, cuts and shame. All those faithful followers now wondering who to blame. Gaming lawyer keeps on playing, his schedule's still the same. Take it to the bank, he says, but doubts now cloud this claim. They took it to the bank, their hearts full of trust and dedication. They took it to the bank, but just found pain and defenestration. They took it to the bank and said the words gaming lawyers said to say. But think twice before you go yourself, and and face the same humiliation.
Well, yourself. I put and hello, EV23. Hello, Zornkip, if you're still there. Hello, Jeff. You notice the bank is closed this late. Maybe that's why people keep getting thrown out the windows. It's like, if you try and go to the bank while it's closed, security will throw you out the window. Although, I don't know, throwing you through the window is a little harsh. So, yeah, you might have noticed I'm not playing Bard's Tale 4 anymore, which is because I finally beat it. It was like all weekend. I kept saying, I'm going to beat this game now. I'm going to beat Saturday. I'm like, I'm going to beat this game today. And then I wasn't nearly as close as I thought I was. So it wasn't until 11 o'clock on Sunday night I finally finished it. I've been agonizing about what to play next. Like, you know, I got Trails in the Sky in a Steam sale, and I was sort of like tentatively planning to do that, but I've been getting an itch. I've been thinking about Dwarf Fortress, which I don't know. There's Dwarf Fortress is one that I bought a few years ago, and it's like someday I want to get into it, but it's very complex. And but I was in the mood for that sort of game. And Rimworld is based off of Dwarf Fortress. It's a whole like a little genre of games, right? Rimworld is probably the most like successful. Like it even, I think, people who play Dwarf Fortress tend to feel like Dwarf Fortress is the best of the genre, but it is hard to get into. Rimworld sort of brought it to the masses. Rimworld's like the most successful, famous, I don't know, some would argue best version of this type of game. And I also was almost thinking about, there's a medieval version of this game called Going Medieval, that's funnily enough, and which I also have downloaded and installed. Right now I have Going Medieval installed. I'm trying to remember, did I actually download Dwarf Fortress at any point? I was really not sure. But eventually what it came down to, and I launched Going Medieval a couple times this week, seeing if I could get into it. But what it came down to was, you know how I've been lately, like stress management's been like a kind of a thing going with my job. It's been like really stressing me out, and then my job is like very mentally draining. So what it came down to in the end was like, I was interested in maybe trying Going Medieval, but I ended up getting new DLCs. Rimworld's got some incredible new DLCs that it's been a few years since I played it. So like in the background, you see this video footage of a DLC called Odyssey, and they've added spaceships to the game where you can, I mean, I don't know exactly how it all works because there's a lot, they always put a ton of mechanics in, but you can build spaceships and travel around the planet, even go like to space stations and stuff in orbit, which is crazy compared to the original scope of the game. So I finally settled on Rimworld just because I didn't want to learn a new game, which is kind of lazy, but because I kept thinking, oh, Going Medieval, I haven't tried it yet. I mean, I have never really jumped into it. It just went into 1.0 after being in early access for like 4 years. So it's on my to-do list at some point, and I was really like, I should just do it now. Like, I've played a ton of Rimworld, not with these expansions, but I've played like a lot of Rimworld over the years. I've had it forever. And or get into Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress, like, I dabbled in it a little bit, but I only played it probably like for maybe 10 or 15 hours, and I'm still kind of fascinated by that game, but also feels like very intimidating. Your photo shoot went well. It was this past Sunday. You took photos of a Filipino beauty pageant. Your friend paid you, and you have another photography gig on August 22nd. And you think the photos came out well? Nice. That's good too, because you did the thing and you actually got paid. Like, this is proof of concept that this is working. You're doing a thing. You're actually getting paid for it, and you're gonna do it again. So it wasn't like they didn't pay you, which sometimes things go weird when you're working for someone kind of informally for the first time. They'll be like, sorry, can I pay you next? I'm broke. Whatever. Sometimes those things don't work out great. When you have like the friend hire you to do the thing, and you end up not getting paid, or they'll be like, oh man, I just like my car broke down this week. Sorry, I can't pay you. But not only did you get paid, but you're scheduled to do it again. So that's good. So I guess that's probably the big news. But usually I say, how's everyone doing this week? I launched straight into just my own thing, obsessing about myself. One thing that is going on this week that I almost was like, I almost cancel the stream like almost every week when I'm having these rough weeks. But I totally forgot until like the past week that, or it sort of wasn't on my radar, that we have a camping trip this weekend. And I had to take off Friday at the last minute for it. It's like once a year, the whole family, they get a cabin up in the mountains, and usually some of them spend like 5 days there. I can't take that much time off. But so we're going first thing in the morning to drive up in the mountains to go to this cabin. You almost cancel watching me. What do you mean cancel? Is that different than just not watching me? Like you're sitting there, you're watching a movie or something, and you're like, oh, or like a TV show, and you're like, I should just watch the next episode, except as Game of Lawyer is going to stream. And then if you decide, I'll skip it this week. That's different than being like, I hereby have declared I shall not watch the Gaming Lawyer stream. He is canceled. Or you're just echoing me saying that I almost canceled stream. Like, I almost canceled you. I canceled your mom. Mom goes to college. Camping is white people pretending they're homeless. It's a little. I almost wish I hadn't read that out loud. I don't know. I've seen lots of different sort of people camping, honestly, when I've been camping. So just echoing your disdain. Okay. That's fine. Well, instead I played Take It to the Bank, which is a reassurance. It's a constant reaffirmation of my commitment. I feel like my mic meter is hitting, like, it's hitting louder than it should be. Adjust that just a little bit. Okay. So yeah, this was you know how things have been going for me. This is another one of those weeks for me where it wasn't the worst week. Like I didn't make anybody cry. I didn't almost have a nervous breakdown, but man, it was relentless. Oh, okay. So yeah, Rimworld. Let me see. Is there anything? I'm feeling like I was literally napping until 5 minutes before I started the stream. I got the stream set up right when I got off of work, and I'm like, as soon as I'm done setting up the stream, because I didn't realize this, but I had deleted all my background video stuff. Like I have a folder for every game that I play where I do like a trailer in the beginning and I have a video like this in the background. I have a folder that has all those elements, the game title, PNG, and everything else. And so if I go back to play that game, I can just repopulate OBS with all the stuff I've already sort of put together for that game. but I deleted a bunch of that stuff when I got my new computer. I'm trying to think. I don't know what made me think, like, because I selected games I think I would keep playing, and then others I was like, I'll just take the few that I think I'm going to keep playing again. I don't know why I didn't think I'd play Rimworld again, but anyways, maybe I figured it was an old video, and if I ever played Rimworld again, I would want to use the new videos. Maybe that's it. Just realized too that title's looking a little big. Here, we'll shrink that up a little bit. There we go. There we go. Just fixing things up here in the moment. Doing it live. Alright. But yeah, I was laying there, I was dozing in and out. And then I put a video on, like an hour-long video, a YouTube video. About one of my favorite Black Mirror episodes. With that guy Jesse, God, what's his name? He looks like he's kind of like an evil version of Matt Damon, a little bit. He always plays these weird characters. He's in Breaking Bad. Jesse something with a P. I don't know why. Now I have to look it up. I don't know why I can't think of it. But it's like an episode. It's like where he has this. He's a super tech guy, and he has this Star Trek like VR proprietary tech like thing that he made. And in real life, he gets bullied. He goes to work and he gets like disrespected and picked on and everything else. And in this VR thing he set up, he's like grabbed the genetics for people to somehow make them like be the real people inside his VR thing, where he has total power over them. And so he does like a Star Trek thing where he's a Star Trek captain, and everyone has to like just at his beck and call like kiss his ass the whole time, or he has like super strength, super all those other things, like totally fuck them up. So it's just kind of this weird episode where he's a very interesting villain, because then it starts off like he's like, he seems like he's this underdog where you're kind of like, you're sympathetic, like, oh, poor guy, like he's this nerd that everyone disrespects. I'm like, yeah, I can relate to that. And then then it starts going like getting weirder and weirder. So there's a whole like hour-long video about that one that came out just within the last couple weeks. And it was some creator I never heard of before, but it just popped up in my feed. So I was like laying in bed. I was about, I don't know, 15 minutes into like an hour video of that when 8 o'clock rolled around. I was like, that was my final test about whether I was going to cancel the stream, because I was so comfortable and I was like enjoying the video, but I was like, nah, it's Thursday night on stream. You like the episode where this man likes feeling pain so much he goes overboard? It makes being intimate with his wife go. Pulls out his teeth to feel more pain? I don't remember that one. I haven't seen if it's a newer season. I think there's a season or two I haven't watched yet. The only one I remember, and I don't know if it's I think this is a Black Mirror episode, is the one where I think his wife is depressed or she's sick or something. Oh no, she's in an accident and she's like brain dead, and she's basically gonna die. And there's this like experimental technology where they're like, yeah, we can patch her brain up with this proprietary technology and basically simulate like that portion of her brain so that she can function again. But it's all like tied into their service, so it's all done by like over cell signal from a central location. So if she ever leaves a like cell range of one of their towers, she just like goes catatonic and she can die. And then I think that was a Black Mirror episode. It was really interesting. Yeah. That's and where she gets like. Yeah, and they start. At first, it was sort of like this free service, or no, they had to pay for it. I think they had to pay for it. But then they're like, we're now releasing the super deluxe tier, and it was like in order to have the same experience without ads and all this stuff, you had to pay like twice as much, and they already could barely afford it. And then she would start saying ads out loud, so she'd be like at her job, but she was a teacher. She'd be at school, and all of a sudden in class, she would be like, you know, Cialis, the erection drug, or whatever. Like, she'd start like just saying something out loud, like, because her body would get taken over, and she'd start saying ads to people, and like, it was really, anyways. So she's like gonna get fired and all this other stuff. Yeah, I need to get back and watch that show, because I know that there's some episodes that I haven't seen, and probably some that I've forgotten, but there's some really good episodes on there. And is that why I see Brad right there? Oh, you see what I ended up playing, Brad? Probably the last choice of the Dwarf Fortress style games that I could have chosen for Brad, but I actually, because Brad's a big Dwarf Fortress fan, and I know he also has going Medieval, so I was like chatting with him a little earlier this week, because I was sort of torn on what I wanted to play. And I did, Brad, just so you know, I did launch Going Medieval at least twice this week, and the first time I stalled out, I was in the middle of character, like setting up, trying to customize characters, and I'm like, it's too much to deal with, so I turned it off and I played Rimworld. And then the next day I was like, okay, I'm gonna finish making the characters and whatever. And I finished making the characters and launched the game, and then I was like scrolling around, and I was just like, so I don't recognize, like, I don't know all the resources by sight. I just like that, just initial, and I don't think the learning curve is that bad if you played a game like Rimworld or Dwarf Fortress, but there's just that initial bump, and I'm just like, I just want to play the one that I'm familiar with. And I won't lie, I was already kind of hyped to play Rimworld anyways, because I picked up there were 4 new DLCs that have come out in the years since I've last played this. It's been several years, it's been like 5 years. And a couple of them were really exciting to me. So they weren't even on sale. But even when they are on sale, like during the winter sale, I looked, and they were like 10% off, like almost nothing. And there was a thing where if you bought 2 of them together, there was like 15% off. So I just picked that up. So I got the 2 most, I think it's the 2 most recent DLCs. And so that built a little more hype around it, because then it became like money invested into it. It's internet celebrity Brad Pritchard. That's right. So, but yeah, there's the space one with spaceships, Odyssey, which I mentioned before, was kind of exciting. That just came out, I think, within the past year. And then there's another one called Biotech, and it just introduces a ton of mechanics. Like, a lot of it's about like altering yourself, or different ways you can be modified. I think that's way you can become like vampires and stuff. But the big thing that wasn't in this before, that's in some of the other games like Dwarf Fortress, is with the addition of biotech, there are now children. And before, you couldn't have children. But now you can have children, and they grow up, and the game has become a little bit generational, which is new for Rimworld. Not new for all the games in this genre, but definitely, like, that was something that I always felt was kind of lacking in Rimworld. Was that, you know, that is, in some ways it gets a little bit like Simsy, right? Where you see your guys getting older, you kind of see like, oh, it'd be cool if they had kids, and the kids grew up, or, you know, whatever. And so now that's part of the game. So I think that's pretty cool. But I'm trying to remember, how long ago was it that I played this game? I'm just gonna look it up now. When's the last time I streamed this game? Six years ago. I've streamed it twice. I streamed it once 6 years ago, and once 8 years ago. So I didn't realize it had been that long, but anyways. So yeah, I guess it's been a minute. That would explain why 4 DLCs came out since the last time I played it too. Yeah. Let me see, what was the date? Oh, 8, that's the wrong one. That was 2017. Which one was 6 years ago? The last time. March 19th, 2020. Wow. That was before I even started my current job. That's when I'd moved to Portland. I think I'd already interviewed and was accepted for the job, but it took them like a month to get my background check done because it was like a real insane background check. And so it was that period where I still wasn't sure if the job was a scam or not. They kept like postponing, like, oh, we're gonna start next week. They're still doing the background check. And I'm like, is this a real job? Is this legitimate? But anyways. And during that time, I actually got like offered, I think I was being offered another, or at least offered to interview for another job, or offered another job that sounded shittier than the job I work at. But it would have been a job that I could have taken. But I was just like, no, I technically have already like been hired for this job. So anyways, but yeah, this that's over 6 years ago. And a little more. Let's see, anything else that's super exciting I should report about this week? I don't think so. I've watched a couple more episodes of 11/22/1963, the Stephen King adaptation miniseries about the guy that goes back in time. He's able to go back in time. He's trying to stop the JFK assassination. But of course, it's Stephen King, so stuff's fucked up. I think I'm like almost at the last episode. Oh yeah, there's a Millie update, Jeff. Only insofar as we can't take her camping with us. And that's one thing. This is the only camping trip I'm actually going on this year so far, or probably at all this year. There were a couple others, but it was a combination of like I was really not in the mindset. Like I didn't feel like doing the camping thing, and also we hadn't made arrangements for Millie because the way she is with her reactivity, if it's not like a person or people or place that she already is familiar with, she's very hostile. And so we're afraid if we took her to like some sort of a daycare place, like a pet hotel closer to us here, that she would end up like getting animal control called on her or something, like losing her shit. So like, I don't know if I told you, I can't remember if I told you guys this, but we got a new vet for her here. And the first time we took her to the vet, Amanda took her and they were in the waiting room. And another person with a dog came in, and Millie got so triggered that like the vet said we had to leave. And like they would still they still would make arrangements. It's not like they never had a dog like that before, because some dogs are just like that. But they're like, yeah, when that happens, we have to make another separate appointment. We're gonna give you these like industrial strength tranquilizers. And like 45 minutes before the appointment, you need to dope her up and then pull into like near the back door of the place, and we'll like text us, and we'll have someone come out the back door to bring her in the back way when they're ready, instead of using the waiting room. So that's just an example of like why things don't work out for Millie, and about like taking her places or just leaving her. But there's that one place back in Portland that we started taking her when she was a puppy, and she loves it. And she would get excited every time we got anywhere near it. And once we would go, she'd be like pulling at the leash to go in and play with the other dogs. Like she just loved that place. So the few times that we've actually put her up in like a pet hotel since we moved to our new town, because Amanda still drives to Portland, she would sort of time it where she'd take Millie to work and she'd like drop Millie. But this time she had today off. She just took the day off specifically to drive Millie to Portland to the one pet hotel that we know she can go to without like being triggered, because she feels like it's her happy place. So Millie's in her pet hotel. I was a little worried, like, because I thought anytime like she hasn't been there in like 6 months, maybe she's gotten weird about it, and apparently she like recognized the lady at the front counter and got super happy and was tugging at the leash to go in the back and play with the other dogs. So a little worried, because I think she's more wound up more tightly now than she was back when we used to take her. Little worried that like there's gonna be an incident while she's there. I'm just hoping for the best. That, you know, if she, I don't know, I'm just trying not to think of, just hope, because it's a place that's like one of her happy places, that she doesn't have an incident. Because you know, we think kind of most of the incidents that she has is more territorial. It's like people trying to come near our house, like our territory, or come near me, like when I take her for walks. And that's the thing about that pet place that she got, where she's not threatened by the people that work there. And then if she's taken away from us to the room where all the dogs play, we're not in that room. I think if we tried to go in the room with her and the other dogs ran up to her while I was standing next to her, she would probably try to try to drive all of them off and get in a huge fight. But because they take her in this other room and she doesn't have to defend her helpless father who can't take care of himself, that she's apparently, at least so far, it's worked out. And apparently they give him a little report card. She's always getting like best, like good citizen, friend, super friendly, like gets along with everyone, very playful. And it's like, yeah, I've seen her get along with dogs before she got super weird. She used to love playing with dogs. It's just like every third dog she would for some reason get a bad vibe about and not like, and then she'd get crazy at him. So she's always like that since she was a puppy. But at first it was like more dogs than not, or people, she would like. And but even 1 out of 3, even people, she would decide, no, I don't like them, and she'd growl at them. And then it just got to the point where she just acts like she wants to murder everybody except me and Amanda and Amanda's mom, basically. But all right, well, I think that's all the catching up for the week. I play some Rimworld, and I don't know. I always say this, but I might stop early because we have to kind of finish getting ready to camp for camping in the morning, and we actually have to be out of the house kind of early because apparently the rest of the family, there's no like cell service out there, so we had to tell them before they went, like, we're planning to be there around noon. And I think they're planning paddleboarding around, well, the idea that we're going to be getting there around noon, which means if we get there later, then either they won't go when they would have gone, or they'll go and we won't know where they are because we can't call them. So anyways, let's you did your allergy retesting this past Tuesday. You plan on getting your serum to give yourself your allergy shot this week or so. Ah, cool. So it's like an updated, like, for your current level of allergy needs. Or is the serum a new thing? So just a new serum update, or or you haven't done the serum thing before? I don't remember. I know you've been dealing with. I remember you doing the allergy thing before. I just didn't remember the actual treatment. All right.
45 seconds of gameplay.
All right. So obviously I started a new colony because I hadn't played in 6 years, and the old colonies I had, the versions were woefully outdated. It's just an update. Okay. Okay, I got it. Just keeping up with your current needs. Got it. Got it. The first thing that I speculated. G-Law main. And I did my I do a custom start. Usually you get assigned random people, and you can like re-roll them, but you don't get to choose like their stats. But there's a mod called Prepare Carefully, and it lets you choose your people. So I do the there's G-Law. It's a Lawrence G-Law Hawk. There's Mr. Slaw, which is Amanda, my wife. Amanda, I don't know, I probably told you guys this at one point, but sometimes we, like, during the pandemic, we played with games with friends on Discord. And I think just in general, like, she did D&D with, you guys remember that? We did D&D, and, like, with Brad and Nick and Ethan. And she's one of the players, so she created a profile and on Discord, and I think she was, you know, I'm a gaming lawyer or G-Law, and she was going to be Mrs. Law, but for some reason I always thought it looked, instead of Mrs. Law, I thought it looked like Mr. Slaw, and I thought that was funny. Like, so, and she thought it was funny too. Once I was like, every time I look at your name, instead of hearing Mrs. Law, I hear Mr. Slaw, like coleslaw. And she's like, okay, so she leaned into it. I think she's used that handle online for a few things that are game related, where she'll just make her name Mr. Slaw, and we all think it's very funny. So anyways, that's where she's in this game. That's her video game nickname is Mr. Slaw. And then the last guy is just basically just like a cowboy that I bring along. I have him in the game, but he's fictional. He's not based on anything. It's the name Strom is a name that I use in a lot of my main characters. But this guy is sort of like he's an old grizzled like frontiersman hunter type dude, and he's supposed to be G-Law's older brother who looks after him, and so you know he's making sure they stay fed and stuff. But go ahead and let the game start going. I'm only like probably an hour or two into this playthrough, so this is like really random. Oh yeah, and I got the dog. I could call it Millie, but I thought it'd be funnier to call her Wolfmouth, and she's a timber wolf. I do have a mod where I can change her name, so if I decided to change it to Millie, I could. And then we've got Chauncey the chicken out here hanging out in her little pen area. So, oh, it looks like she's laid some eggs too, 3 eggs. So I have to make sure to collect those. So it was kind of sad when you first land, you're sort of struggling to get all the basic resources together. And apparently we didn't have food to feed Chauncey, and so she almost died of starvation. But we took care of that. Yeah, and this is my whole map. That's kind of a cool thing about Rimworld too, where especially with this new Odyssey thing, is Rimworld has always had, the world map. And every time you play the game, it generates a whole new world. And where my little base is just this one little cell right here. And then there's basically this whole world of different factions and different things going on. Some are friendly, some are evil, or some are hostile. And there's different points of interest around too, like things that aren't on the map that you could see, like special, I don't know exactly what it could be, like caves and dungeons and evil temples and whatever. It's crazy stuff. Dwarf Fortress does the same thing. So part of what you can start doing in the base game is you can, do expeditions to go like, okay, we're going to go see if we can trade with our neighbor or some like barbarians, a few days hike away. We got a distress signal and or we met someone and their brother's been kidnapped by these barbarians. We need to go, they're asking if we can help and raid the barbarians and rescue their brother. Things come up like that in the world. But now just the idea of like having a ship eventually, not, it's not going to be anytime soon, but the idea that eventually as you build your base and technology, you can eventually build a ship and be able to get around the world, like fly different places. Because as it is, it's like it would take me days just to get from here to here. So, and that's like nothing compared to the size of the rest of the world. So it's kind of serious. And then while you're gone, I think stuff's still happening at your base. So like if you send half your team to go someplace and your main base can get attacked, and all of a sudden you're like, you sent your best warriors out on a mission, and then your base gets attacked, and it's just like the cook and the gardener get, whatever, are the only ones to defend your home. So, and I do have some mods. I don't know, for anyone who's played this game, I don't have a ton of mods. Trying to be, can I look at them here? I should have looked at that before. I don't have huge game-changing mods, but like here, where you can see all these health bars and things, that's extra information. That's a mod. The ability to customize the start, that's a mod. But for the most part, I do things that like are little quality of life improvements. I don't get mods that fundamentally change the game. All right, I think we're going to pass time a little faster until somebody wakes up. It's funny, it's like I played a ton of this game, but it's been so long that it was kind of hard to get back into it. I'm looking at the audio. Yeah, I was just gonna ask. I just looked over at the desktop audio, and it was looking pretty loud. How is it now? I took it down by about 25%, but sometimes it's hard for me to gauge. I know certain video games, the music is just like, I'll have to turn it down like 75% of the way before it's at the right balance. You think it sounds good now? Okay. Because also sometimes I'll talk a little bit lower, and I'll just be like talking like this or whatever, and then I realize later that nobody could hear what I was saying for 5 minutes. I mean, normally I don't mumble like that a lot. At least not when I'm streaming. I think I can be a mumbler in real life. Or I guess when I am streaming too, I can be a mumbler. All right, looks like Slim is up. Let me see. We get the little profiles. I gave everybody a lot of decent skills. Like, although he's bad at social, but he's basically our animal trainer and hunter. That's sort of like the main things he's done at. And he's just like basically good at like construction. He's good at working with his hands. He's just he's multi-talented. I consider him like sort of like a hunter frontiersman type that's just good at working hard and surviving. Mrs. Law is the chef, and she's like a skilled chef and gardener. She's sort of like my wife half the time describes herself as a hobbit. She's obsessed with gardening, especially now that we have a yard, and she's always like trying to find interesting new things to cook, and new ways of cooking things. She likes to like play around. So I was like, okay, it would fit her, because in this game you need somebody to be good at cooking and to be good at gardening. So she's gonna be that. And then what's my guy? I was gonna say, well, you can't really be a lawyer in the game. You choose backgrounds. I'm trying to remember if there might have been a lawyer background, except it basically makes you it's a defense lawyer, as just like a. Let me see. When you look at your bio, you get to choose what you did as a child and what you did as an adult. And there's like, each one has like 75 different things you can choose from. And they all help determine like what your scores are, which ones, the fire is the ones you are like passionate about. And then it can also make things that you won't do at all. And if you choose, the only attorney they had was defense attorney. And if you choose it, half the thing on this list become out, like basically, oh, they'll refuse to do any physical labor ever. They'll refuse to do any construction. It's like they're too good. They're like assholes. So I was like, okay, maybe civil servant is better. Like just an administrator, a bureaucracy guy, someone that does complicated paperwork. That's and office politics. That's kind of like my real life. So I was like, that fits. And it does give him a hit against his construction, but it increases his intellectual thing. So what I want him to be in the game is basically, and since he can't be a lawyer, what's the other thing everyone wants? Not anymore, but the olden days, everyone's dream professionally was like to be a doctor or a lawyer. At least the dreams that parents had for their kids, so they grow up to be a doctor or a lawyer. So I was like, okay, well, obviously I don't want my guy to be a lawyer, but he's basically the doctor/researcher, because a big part of this game is unlocking the there's a huge tech tree that, you know, right now it's pretty basic, but I'm starting to right now I'm researching solar panels so I can get better electricity. Right now I have a wood burning generator, which is, you know, it's not a long-term solution. And I just put this in so that I could put in an AC so that my food started spoiling. So I was like, okay, but if you make the temperature go down, then now these berries that would only lasted a few days will last for 2 years because they are refrigerated. So, but I lost a bunch of, especially meat. I had Slim go out hunting, and he got a whole bunch of meat. And he brought it in here before I had this refrigerator installed, and a lot of the meat went bad. But you know what? Actually, he should probably go hunting again. I look at it, we're kind of running low on. Well, we're not running low on food exactly, but and they all. It's kind of funny, the little thing when you first set up, and you'll notice everyone's got like their moods, and right now they're happy about a lot of stuff. One is very low expectations. Maybe, I don't know if that's just because you're new on the planet. Quite comfortable. They've been comfortable recently. You know, I gave them, everyone has their bedroom, spacious interior, recreation satisfied. I built, this is a horseshoe ring. Apparently that's all they need. And I also have a chess table. But all their moods are governed by, you know, with things that they're, oh no, had to rebuff Slim. Oh, this could be a problem. My brother was hitting on my wife. All right, Slim, let's see. Let me see. Oh no. Rebuffed by Mr. Slaw. Slim, what are you doing, man? That's your sister-in-law, dude. All right, I hope that doesn't. That's the sort of thing that could blow up. That can blow up in your face later. Like, people snap and they get in fights, and like you lose control. You can lose control of them if they snap, and they can try to kill each other and stuff. All right, so don't. If you're gonna, at least don't do it in front of G-Law, Slim. For God's sakes, he's your brother. That's your. Okay, anyways, so she was slightly peeved by that. Oh, and she's upset that she's not Wolfmouth's master. I think Slim is the animal, he's the hunter, he's the expert on animals. And let me see, brother, G-Law, acquaintance, Mr. Slaw. But he's been spending all this time training Wolfmouth. Slim courted this is the history of what happened. Slim courted Mr. Slaw by telling his story about the link between sexual morality and art. Mr. Slaw turned him down. Wow, he's not an intellect either, so, you know. This is funny too, because the memories go, G-Law and Slim are hanging around joking. They chatted about cooking with onions, they joked about lavish meals. They joked about tar pits for some reason. And then the very next thing he does is he hits on his wife. So, anyways. Okay. Why is she a romantic interest, though? Anyways, all of that was to say, certain things happen, like when you first You first crash and they have some food that they can eat, like supplies that you crash with. But their mood goes down because then you look and it's like, oh, they're upset because they didn't have a table to eat at. So that's one of the first things that drives, you know, paying attention to what they are happy or unhappy about can sort of help inform you of like what you should think about building next. So now I've got like chairs at all the workstations. They're shitty chairs because no one's good at construction yet. It's a poor chair, a normal chair. Oh, I guess these for later chairs. Maybe he got better at making. Oh no, it was just a fluke. He accidentally made a good chair. Normal, poor. Quick, get another gal. It's not how it works when you crash land on a planet. There are other people in the world, but you know. And also, my gal didn't. Oh, you mean Slim could look for another gal? But Mistress Law is not. Mistress Law is not to be blamed. Mistress Law, the brother-in-law made a little advance. I mean, all he did was tell a story about basically sex and art, which is a little risque. And she's like, "Hey, maybe not. Maybe not, Slim." I think we have him set to mining, but what we should probably do is set him to, what is this? An anima tree. A rare tree with a warm skin smooth bark and a long iridescent leaves infused with bioluminescent microorganisms. If a person meditates near an anima tree, it will grow anima grass around its base. Once enough grass is grown, it becomes possible to carry out a psychic linking ritual with the tree and upgrade a person's psychic powers. Only tribal peoples know the secret of this ritual. This is all stuff that was not in the game when I played it 6 years ago. Tribal psycasters are also able, or maybe it was, because I know there was psycasting. The first DLC that I got was called Royalty, and it introduced psycasting. So it's possible this existed, or just an expansion of that mechanic. But tribal psycasters are also able to draw psi focus from anima trees while meditating them. Anima trees' psychic properties are weakened if artificial structures are placed nearby. So if you build like make it a little garden, a little walled-in garden, it stops being magical. They refuse to be caged or studied and must remain part of nature. Most tribes believe that anima trees are not simply trees, but are rather physical extremities of a single world spirit. That's like a Final Fantasy concept. That's like half the Final Fantasy games are about the world spirit. That's crazy. Okay. I just noticed that tree just really jumped out. I'm like, what is that? What we got? A tortoise? Squirrels? There were some... Oh, are they all up here? The pigs. Okay, you know what? Slim. We're going to do some manual work with Slim. I'm going to draft Slim. Now, I can just target this as hunting. And Slim, everyone's got like a job chart of what their priorities are. So hunting is pretty far up Slim's priority list. So if a hunting task becomes available, it goes from left to right. So the top is on the left, and all the way to the lowest is on the right. And then you can change the numbers to make them higher priority. So here, being a patient would be a higher priority than being in a firefight, even though it's further down. So that's how you can sort of like here, G-Law is our researcher, and I've set his research level to a higher priority than the rest of these things, so that he'll do that before he'll do this stuff. And then, you know, but if there's a fight, he'll do that first. If he's hurt, if he needs to doctor somebody, there's all these things that will take precedence over it. Even construction, if there's a construction project, he'll do that. But anyways, so Slim, if I set a hunting target, he will prioritize hunting over mining. But what I found is he's got a rifle with a very long long range, and he'll start shooting at the very longest range possible, and it's too far away, and then he ends up like they start running away, and then he can never get another shot in, or at least he's not good at it. Maybe he'd get better at it later. So we're gonna target one of these guys, have him hunt, and then when I take Slim off of draft mode, drafting is where you take them over and control them manually. It's basically just used for fighting for the most part. And the rest of the time, they all sort of do their own thing, but according to the priorities you set, unless they're having a psychological meltdown or other things happen where they won't follow your priorities. So undraft him. He should prioritize hunting the boar. Wait, what are you doing? Training wolf mouth? No, dude. I'm sorry. Training wolf mouths is important, but I want to get some food in here. So let's here. This should move. All right, where's Slim? Hunt is. No, this should undo his training thing. All right, I'm gonna recruit him again, and then move him back up here, and then unrecruit him, and it should. There we go. Now he's gonna hunt. And the thing that's nice about once he's in hunt, like actually doing the official activity of hunting, once he kills them, he'll automatically bring their body back. Oh no, we got one raid. This one guy tried to attack our base, and we killed him way out here. And now his body is just sitting there stinking. I have a little grave area set up over here in case there are bodies we need to bury or put aside. But apparently this guy was too far away from our house. Nobody gave a shit. So, because normally if you get attacked and there's a bunch of like raiders' bodies all over basically your front yard, your people will be very upset to see a dead body all the time. And then also I think you can get sick from it. Okay, so this is kind of cool thing. He kills the guy. He kills the meat. He knows I have it set up so that meat goes into the fridge area. They know that. And he drops it off. And then Mr. Slaw has a whole series of tasks too. Right now she's cooking, but there's a butchery table. And one of the things here is whenever she's not doing something that's high priority, if there's a animal body that can be used for food, she'll butcher it into like meat steaks. All right, what? I think these things have like a radius. I'm trying to remember, because I think she just went all the way over here to get these berries. But usually you can set like a radius so that if they're working a workstation and there's like the closest berries are half a mile away, they won't walk a half mile just to go get the berries. Let's see, details. Allowed cooking skill. Look everywhere. Was that this one? Look in pantry. Yeah, let's look in not pantry. What do I have it? This thing called something? It's raw food supply. Look, I don't want you to look everywhere. I'm gonna need to look. I'm gonna need to look that up because I know there's a way where you can actually see, like it'll show you the radius of how far they'll actually go, whether it's like it's this big or it's this big. But if it's everywhere, they'll literally be like, "Hey, there's a berry over here on the other side of that mountain. I'm gonna go just run over there real quick." Swivel wheel. Suspended. No. Take the best stockpile. All right, maybe this is not the time for me to figure this out, but I could have sworn this was the page you would go to, and it would allow you to say like how far they should be willing to go to pick up something associated with that crafting table. The other thing I thought it might be a function of the table itself, but all right, well, that's something I'll figure out eventually. It's something that I knew how to do 6 years ago, which either I've forgotten exactly how to do it, or they've changed the part of the UI, like how you do it. Because they've made a ton of updates and improvements to this game since the last time I played it. I just don't always know exactly what they are, because it's been a long time. All right, where'd you go, Slim? Are you still just mining? How are we doing on? We got good meat, so we're fine. But you know what, Mr. Slaw? I feel like you should prioritize hauling over stone cutting, because we're not even using stone yet. Oh, I guess did we hit our... No, she's going to make more stone. There's a berries sitting out here that are going to go bad in 13 days. I think Slim has also been trying to train Wolfmouth on how to haul stuff. Once Wolfmouth has not successfully... I kept saying training, seeing notifications, training failed. So these are all the things you can teach them to do. Teaching them to do combat is not great because they can get killed. There's permadeath in this game, so you don't just resurrect them. They die. And anything like that can die pretty easily. An animal could die pretty easily. I'm surprised Chauncey is still alive. I mean, she's totally alive, right? Just like in real life. What is he doing in there? Praying? He's meditating. Okay. That's good. All right, Mr. Slaw. I feel like, where's her hauling? Hauling? Haul, clean. Craft. Maybe I need to up crafting, like deprioritize crafting a little bit. All these crafting arts. Because I don't want... Oh no, is this thing eating our berries? All right, we'll let her maybe when she finishes... I think I had it... Maybe I thought that... Because it's only a limited order. She's going to craft until we had 150. All right, but we're still not close to 150. And there's other shit that needs to be done. And like I said, we're not even building anything with stone blocks yet. I just wanted to like... There was a lull where she didn't have anything to do. But now that I've deprioritized it, if she hits a lull like that, again, where there's nothing else to do, she will then go do that. There she goes. She's doing the hauling job. She has to refill the... Oh, this was almost going to run out. It was down to 9 hours for the fuel. She just refilled. Put a bunch more wood in there. Is she going to fill it all the way up? Yep. All back and forth. That's where it'd be nice to install some solar panels. Oh, she's just going to run around and refill everything that needs wood, including all these torches need to have like fuel added to them to keep them lit. That's another reason why it becomes such a big deal to be able to generate electricity. So far, I'm only using electricity in the fridge for the air conditioner that turns this into basically a freezer. and for this light, because if you use torches and refrigerator, it actually can heat it up a little bit, which is, I don't want the light to be fighting with the air conditioner to keep the temperature cool. Oh, there's a turkey. All right, hey, what? You know what? Go shoot that turkey. All right, just stop for a quick meal. There we go, Mr. Oh my gosh. Now that Mr. Slaw is prioritizing hauling, I think she's gonna go all the way up here to go get this dude's body. She's just gonna go for a 5-mile walk. Honestly, I should have just said no. But she's already up there. When they first killed the guy, the body was considered forbidden. Like, in the sense that your characters would leave it alone unless you told them not to. That would become eligible for, like, stockpiling. In this case, stockpiling in my designated graveyard, where if anything that's graveyard eligible becomes unrestricted for hauling, they will haul it to the place where it belongs. Everything's got its own, like here. The stuff that is allowed here is rotten food. So if any food goes bad, it can go here. What about the meat? I don't know where that fits in. Manufactured. Anyways. But the whole idea is basically dead bodies or rotten things can go here. And rotten things in the pantry are not allowed. So if something rots in here, it's not allowed to be here anymore. And I think this is the only place I have where rotten stuff's allowed. So you create these kind of rules about, like, that prioritize, like, this can hold just about anything, but I've made it a higher priority to put, like, food, ingredients, and stuff in here. So if this ever got completely full, they could still put extra stuff in here. But as long as there's room in the refrigerator, all the perishables are going to be put in here first. So it ends up being a... Probably sounds kind of complicated. It kind of is. There's a learning curve to this game, but I know, like I said, I played this for a ton of hours back in, 6 years ago. And you kind of, your knowledge of it snowballs and you kind of get used to it. So, and I'm relearning it now, but a lot of this stuff I still kind of remember how it works. There she goes. She's going to rescue those berries. And those will go here because it's a priority for perishables. Hey, Gamble. Wait, hold on. Gamble makes hid? Lawyer, yeah. And a fug. Yes. All right, now she's gonna go play chess with herself. How's she enjoying that? She's upset that she's not Wolfmouth's master. She has a -6 mood because she observed a rotting corpse. That makes me think I should probably put I should probably build a wall around this thing. Yeah, I think I will. Just a little. Oh, this trading caravan. I was like, what's all this movement over here? I barely have money. Well, it could be worth seeing if they have anything worth getting. A completely legal Rimworld run. The funny thing is, when I made this character, I was like, you could choose your backgrounds. And I was like, hey, you can be a defense attorney. But if you choose the defense attorney, like half the activities on the list, he will refuse to do. Like any kind of physical labor. I'm like, oh, I don't want him to be an asshole. So I guess technically it's not, it's not the most lawyerly run that it could be, because the only lawyer background would have made my guy into kind of a prick. So all this wood waiting for thunder. Uh-oh. Yeah, I guess that's a danger I'm willing to take. or I just haven't thought through yet. Honestly, that's like I said. I put I don't know, maybe 100 hours into this game, but it's been 6 years. I think I played most of this game. It was in early access for a long time too, wasn't it? I think I played most of this game in early access. I've forgotten more than I remember. I'm probably about maybe 2 hours into this playthrough. And this is one of those games where it's literally, once you get your head around it, there's so much to keep track of in your brain. Like right now, I wasn't even thinking like, oh, there's so much trees out here and so much the wood base. If there's a lightning storm, like my base could burn down. Wasn't even thinking about it. All right, time for G-Law to wake up. You were playing it like earlier today? How long have you been playing it? Let me see. Let's do trade. You're not very good at it. But that was one of those things. As soon as you said about the wood, I was like, well, this is a forest biome, so maybe the trees are a danger. But then I was like, oh yeah, my whole base is made of wood too. And I know eventually, I mean, I've already started cutting stone in anticipation of converting everything from wood to stone. There's a complete court with trials and judges with the ideology. Oh my gosh. You know what? I hadn't played this since, wait, did you talk to them already? Hold on, I need to pay attention to what I'm doing for a second. Oh, there we go. I don't know why I wasn't thinking. I closed this window before. Probably because I was like, oh, it's pretty boring if I'm going to talk for a couple minutes to just be up on a trade menu. But then I realized, like, if I close it, then the trade gets canceled. I haven't even looked at it yet. You've been playing since you were like 13. Okay. Yeah, the only DLC that there was, the last time I played this, was Royalty, which I bought. And I played, the last time I played it was with when the Royalty DLC was new. So obviously now there were 4 more since then. Anomaly, Ideology, it's a whatever the Biotech, and Odyssey. And so I was like looking at forums and stuff like, hey, if you're only gonna get like one DLC, what do you recommend? Because you know they're not cheap, but they don't really go on sale that much either. So, but then I got really excited about, well, I kind of got excited about all of them, but I got the most excited about a Biotech and Odyssey. So there's a little bundle for them where you get like, I don't know, 10 or 15% off. So I haven't got it, but I still don't have all the DLC. Yeah, I only have a few mods. Just a few quality of life mods. If I keep playing this, I'll probably find more, but God, I did it again. All right, here, go back. Like the interface mods. I don't do mods that change the gameplay that much. I did do careful planning. Is that the one where you can create your completely customize your characters? I did that, so I basically have cheater characters. My starter characters are cheater characters. What are you doing, dude? Did I cancel it? I'm gonna look at this now. All right. 800 silver. What do you have that I might want? Probably nothing that's worth me buying right now. Although components can, at least back in the olden days, it was kind of worth it to buy components because they're a finite resource. But all right, I'll buy a couple hundred in components. And then sometimes it's worth looking into getting like animals and stuff if you feel like it, but I don't feel like buying more animals right now. Or packaged survival meals. All right, I'm just gonna get some components because I've been running low on those. But I know there are areas around the map where I can get, like, I can mine out some components there. And there's some like crashed ship parts around I can mine out. You reckon? I think I have that mod. In fact, you know what? Since we're talking about mods, I totally even forgot to do this. But when I was loading up the game, after I loaded into the game, I was like, oh, I should have stopped on the main page and looked at my, so I show my mod list. But it's the fun but least essential. Yeah, that's what I heard as well. Like, for the people who have been playing this game, like, they eventually consider all the mods kind of essential. But if you're sort of like, you don't have a couple $100 to float, and also if you go from having no mods to all the mods, I think it can also just be overwhelming. All right, I did save, right? Yeah. I'm gonna go to the main menu. All right, so these are the mods that I have. Harmony, which is an underlying, helps other mods get along. Rimworld HUD, Camera Plus, clean textures, prepare carefully. I did one with hairstyles. Food alert. I didn't remember. Some of these I had from a long time ago, and I just went through all the mods I was subscribed to and made sure that they were still compatible with the current version. Food poisoning cures. Not my fault. Which is like, if someone is like, if those traders get attacked by a buffalo and killed, I think the default game is like that faction would then hold that against you. Like, oh, this person died when they were on your property. And this is like, there's certain things apparently still they'll blame you for, but now it's like, if the act of God happens and they die on your property, their faction will hold it against you. Pick up and haul, rename pawns, which I love to be able to do. Rim fridge. I remember having that. That mod's been around forever. The cube. Oh no. Simple sidearms, and I forget what tech advancing is, but I know I liked it before. Anyways, so yeah, it's not a huge list, and most of it is not. It's not like super game changing, but just sort of like little convenience things. I had probably twice as many mods before, but when I was setting this game up this time around, I ended up getting rid of a bunch of them. And I think a bunch of them were, a lot of times the mods will go outdated because the devs will update the game to include something that makes the mod unnecessary. So that happens sometimes. My favorite start, I've only ever done just the standard crash start. So I haven't played with the other starts. Even like in the base game or anything, I always start exactly the same way. So I guess you could say I don't have a favorite start just because I haven't tried any of the other ones. All right, what's going over here? What's shining over here? Shooting frenzy. Quest available. A praetor of the fallen empire is calling from nearby. Her guards were killed in an ambush. She escaped. It was now being followed by a man-hunting squirrel. She wants you to keep her safe at Talon Hall for a few hours until her shuttle can come pick her up. She will bestow 8 honor on whoever accepts this quest. You know what? I'm going to take that. I think I could defend somebody against a man-hunting squirrel. I didn't even notice this. I'm going to accept this for G-Law. I didn't even notice that over here. Okay. Wait, Anastasia. Oh, Anastasia joins. That's the person that I'm rescuing. Do I need to get her a bed now? Let's see. Maybe it's time to move the old play stick over here. Evil ass squirrel. Well, earlier I forgot how combat worked, and there was, because wildlife will occasionally just randomly go mad, like go feral. And so I got the warning that there's like a rabid rat, like a man killing rat loose on and I looked and it was like way the hell over here, and I'm like, all right, there's the man hunting squirrel. All right, it's coming. All right, everybody get up. All right. Everyone get up and get ready for the manhunting squirrel. Can I control her as well? Does she have No, I think our job is to protect her. All right, you go. She's gonna go research for us. That's nice. All right, here the squirrel's not fucking around. All right. Everyone assume positions. Here comes the squirrel. Let me see what information can I get about this. It is a squirrel. It is maddened. Manhunter. Let's see. All right, not much more. I mean, you get all sorts of information about squirrels in general. The most fun thing to do in the game is a mega power evil human armored weapon. See, that might be true, but that's where I feel like that's the kind of thing that you grow into after you played the game a ton. Like for me, it's still like just the basic gameplay loop is enough for me to not where I'm like, I don't want to do anything crazy because I'm just trying to like relearn at this point, you'd say, the basics. And hello, Joss. Howdy. What are you doing here, young man? And hello, Oblivion. I'm doing okay. I think I'm doing okay today. 85% machine, 5% flesh. Your DNA is all Hussar. And you're pumped with and go. Wait, what's the other 10%? You're 85% machine and 5% flesh. There's still 10% is missing. Hey, Archbishop. What? How? Well, everyone's showing up at the same time. Oh, it's your birthday? Hold on. You know, hold on. Now I've got it. You know what I gotta do? Here, let's take this down a little bit. I think I still have. I got a new computer, so a lot of my scenes are messed up. I think I still got a birthday thing going on here. You know the theater screen? Oh, there's my desktop. Y'all don't need to see that. Here. Boop. Although my desktop is not nearly as embarrassing as it used to be. The rock version. Happy birthday to you, Justin Dye. Happy birthday to you, Justin Dye. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you, Joss. To you. Oh, Joss, you're pretty old now, just like you just said. You've been coming into my stream for like 10 years now, but at least 20 years older than you were when I met you. Happy birthday to you, Justin Dye. Happy birthday to you, Justin Dye. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Joss, to you. To you. Happy birthday, Joss. And probably I won't be able to talk tomorrow because I just did that. All right. Go back to the game. Get the tapioca. All right, let's get the music. Oh, now I'm exhausted. You know what? Until that happened, felt like I had another at least 3 hours of gameplay in me, but now I feel like I need to go to bed. All because it's Joss's birthday. You were just barely 20? Oh, man. And now you're like all grown up and you're married. Were you married? You were married then, were you? Lots happened since you started. You've done a lot of crazy things in your life. As soon as you it's my birthday. And then I leave. I'm like, all right, you got married 5 years ago. Oh, oh, that squirrel. Here, let's unrestrict this because we're going to have some squirrel pie. Celebrate with some squirrel pie. But happy birthday, Joss. Are you doing anything special for your birthday? I know right now it's Thursday, so the most special thing that's happening is my stream. But, you know, other days around here. We're going on a family reunion-ish type cabin camping trip first thing in the morning. So that's, of course, I had to give my my disclaimer. Oh, I might not stream as late as usual because we gotta still like do some prep to camp. I wonder if she's contributing to my tech level. I probably need to make a guest room. Let me see. Is she gonna be like, I'm pissed off because you don't have a guest room? Oh, it just started. Oh, like literally right now because of time zones and stuff. You have to take your wife to an appointment, no real plans. Okay. I have a lot of low-key. I'm the king of low-key birthday plans. Good game and good night. Wait, is that your way of saying you're going now? Or... Whoa! Oh, there she goes. Maybe I don't need to build a guest room because she's already able to leave. All right, you know what? Where's she got? You... Is she going to go on her own? Oh, I guess we'll just let her figure out on her own. And it's I don't even know what that name is. Yun Chick EXE? That's probably not it, but yeah, I try my best. Most we do is you have a meal at a place you normally wouldn't spend money on. Hey, that's something. I feel a little... Oh, wait, all you guys are going to come into my house and use my dining table, huh? Is that how it goes? Oh, there you go. All right. I'll with you then. Hope you're not eating my food. I didn't agree to that. Open so you can decide who and what. Yeah, go ahead. Accept. All right. Then my whole job was to... The whole job was just for her to wait till her shuttle arrived, right? Which has happened. Because one thing I can't remember is, like I said, I haven't played this game in 6 years, but I want to say I finished a quest like this before, and I didn't realize I was supposed to do something to make the person like go back home. And so they hung around for like days. All aid. And linked quests. Whoever accepts this quest. Keep her safe until her shuttle can come pick her up. Just say auto load. Oh, there she goes. All right, see you later. Bye, lady. All right, I'm gonna pause this, figure out what they just said. All right. I completed the quest. Okay. And wait, and I have another quest. A G-Law's novice ceremony? The Fallen Empire, that's the faction I just helped, is ready to grant G-Law the title of novice and power of a level 1 Psylink in a bestowing ceremony. I forget. I know if you start taking titles of the Empire, you have to start like making a fancy bedroom. There's all these requirements you have to do. Let me see. The bestower will arrive by shuttle and perform the ceremony. The bestower will only give a title if any throne room requirements are satisfied. Okay, I need a throne room. There's a chance of gaining extra honor depending on how many viewers attend the ceremony. Additionally, every viewer gains a mood bonus. You can betray the bestower to steal the Psylink neuroformers, but this will make the Fallen Empire your enemy. No, I don't want to do that. If you miss or fail the ceremony, there will be another opportunity later. If the bestower or guards are harmed for any reason, there will be diplomatic consequences. Oh my god. Yeah, Archbishop Nidal. It's funny, I literally just, there's a couple other people in here who are much bigger Rimworld players than I am, and who are like, oh yeah, talk about mods and stuff. And I know I had mods, and so I just literally went on the list. It's all like pretty basic stuff, like the interface, so you have extra information, visual information, the camera where you can zoom way in or way out, that camera plus, stuff like that. Prepare carefully so you can customize all your characters when you start the game. You like basically build them to however you want them to be. So I have a few mods, and I just got the last time I played this game was 6 years ago, and I only had the royalty DLC. That was relatively new at the time, and there's a bunch of new DLCs that came out since then. So earlier this week, before I started playing this, I bought the 2 most recent ones because they sound like the most interesting, although they all seem like they're cool for different reasons. But I got Biotech and Odyssey DLCs. Ideology, I mean, they all seem good. Ideology, I almost also got because there's cool stuff. I just want someone who was in here mentioned earlier that DLC lets you have you can have court, like jury courts and trials and shit. I'm like, oh, dang, I could be a real lawyer in this game. But yeah, I think I've only got maybe around, I don't know, 12, 15 mods, but they're all pretty. They're not very game-changing mods. They're just kind of like little quality of life things. All right, where's Slim at? What are you doing, Slim? Oh, he's just chilling. He's cloud watching. Good for you, dude. You haven't tried to hit on my wife lately, have you, Slim? Where's the thing where it says? Nope. Slim and G-Law talked about fat people. All right. Mr. Sloth subtly scorned Slim's jawline. Uh-oh. He hit on my wife, and apparently she's not into him anymore. He's my brother. You refunded ideology? Turns out you're not that great a role player. Oh. I just felt like that on top of the other stuff would just have been too much for me to come back to. Like, as it is, just learning the basics of the game again after not playing it for 6 years is already a little overwhelming. And then adding Biotech and Odyssey on top of that. So that's why originally I was thinking I'll just get one DLC, one more. But then when I was reading about like people's recommendations, I got really hyped about Biotech, and mostly because it adds kids to the game. I mean, I know there's a lot of other really cool shit the Biotech adds. Oh, I guess I've already missed the ceremony thing. Bulk goods, yes, I know. Inspired trade. I think a lot of these are old news that I just haven't cleared. Does she still have there's the psychic drone that makes ladies mad? Nope, that's not even happening. This is old stuff. All right, I should keep tabs on that so I don't have a bunch of outdated information. All right, looks like she's back to hauling again. Oh, he's got a lot. There's a lot of metal in here. A gift? The Outlanders from South Italy have left a gift. 12 uranium. Gee, it's probably going to be a long time before I can use uranium, but that's cool. If only Wolfmouth was trained in hauling. Right now, I kind of feel bad for Mr. Slaw. She cooks and she cleans and she hauls everything while I sit on my ass doing paperwork. All right, just gonna go get. Good job getting that uranium. But yeah, Archbishop, have you played any of the other games like this? Like, what really, when I was playing the last game, I was playing Bard's Tale 4 for like a month. And as I knew I was getting near the end, I started thinking, what do I want to play next? And I kept thinking about Dwarf Fortress, which I also own, the Steam version, which is like a much more approachable version than the original one that they had from their own website. But, and I dabbled with it, but it's very intimidating. It's a very steep learning curve. And then, but I was feeling like playing that kind of game again. And I also picked up a few years ago Going Medieval, which is like this type of game, except it's 3D and you build a castle and it's like medieval times, medieval England, which also looks kind of cool. Not as quite as fleshed out, but as this game or Dwarf Fortress, but yeah, it still seems like it's fun and it's kind of doing its own thing to some extent. But so I was kind of interested in playing any one of those games, but at the end of the day, like my work has been wiping me out. My work makes my brain hurt to where I don't want to think too hard. Oh, hold on. I want to build a wall here so people aren't seeing the dead body the whole time. I want to keep it as an outdoor area because I want the bodies that are put here to decompose. Eventually you can get like a graveyard. You can do graveyards. You can, I think for all the bandits I ended up killing in one of my past games, you can build like a big, a crematorium, like incinerator. And so occasionally I would just have like one of my guys would just spend a day or two just burning all the corpses after a raid. Look, and he's like building this wall and he's like, shit, a dead body. Like he's already in a bad mood because of it. -6. You feel me on work there? Yeah, my job is, I mean, everyone's job can be like that. Certain jobs are like that more than others. But mine has been like really pushing my buttons lately. And it's all stuff that culminates. It's just sort of like complicated reporting that I do. And once a week, it's like I've been spending, it's almost like spending the whole day doing a math problem, or it feels more like doing a math test, like a hard math test for 8 hours where, you know, I have to have it done by the end of the day. I'm not supposed to start it until Tuesdays, but then they keep changing the rules. So every week, it's not like I get a chance to, I've been doing it for, I don't know, 4 months. It's not like I ever feel like I really get a chance to get it down, because every other week they're like, oh, we want you to do this differently. Oh, we want you to also, like, they keep adding things they want me to put onto it. And anyways, and there's certain people are really like, you could say like very picky or nitpicky, like little details that other, like one manager be like, oh, that's fine just like that, and the other one's like, will notice some little thing and be like, this is, we have to make sure that never happens again. It's like, oh, okay. So I've been in a lot of special meetings this week about how I need to do my report better. And I was doing it exactly, like, it's not like a secret. Like, I give everyone a guide every week exactly how I calculate everything. And it's all according to, like, the things that they want. And the things they want are kind of complicated to calculate, to figure out, like, the numbers. It's all about productivity. Like, what might, I'm on a team of project attorneys, and we do a bunch of different stuff, and a lot of it's high volume. And so they want to keep track of exactly how much of every different thing that our team does, how much they're doing every week, how big is the overall pool of work remaining on each different kind of activity we do. When is new work coming? All this stuff that they want me to do counts of, that can be kind of complicated. And there's been some friction. I think part of it is this one other person does their own report for the court, because we work for the court in, like, class action settlement administration. Like, we're retained by the court to carry out, we're basically like doing the court's administrative work for the settlement in some ways. And class actions can have, like, millions of people in them, and so stuff that happens at high volumes. So there's always a lot of stuff to keep track of, and deadlines and whatever else. I understand, but so anyways, this one person does their own separate report that reports all these different separate things to the court. But there's one thing that person reports that I also report on. But my report is not for the court. My report is just for my manager and our team, so we can keep track of, like, work allocation. It's not like we're not reporting my stuff to the court. But this person's like, oh, my report said there were 170 memos completed, and your report said there were 169. Well, explain, and then I get a thing like, explain, why is your number off? And I'm like, well, because I pulled my report at 5 p.m. and you pulled it on Friday, and you pulled your data on Monday. So in that time, a person finished one more memo. It's like, perfectly explainable. It's a thing that could happen. It's like, it should not be a big deal, and in my opinion. But then it's like, we did have all these meetings about how could we make sure this never happens again. And it's like, oh my God. So that's what my week has been like. And then I did the reporting, and then they like doubled the amount of stuff that I need to report on too. Where, anyways, and then I did it, and then like 10 minutes after I sent the thing, I got another email saying, there seem to be some ongoing misunderstandings about what we're looking for. We need to meet again to discuss. And I'm like, oh my God. So anyways, I try not to go off too much on it, but the long story short, or the long story slightly less long, as it's not probably turned out, it's been a frustrating week. And this person that gets on my case is, like, kind of really high up in the company too. It's like, it's very uncomfortable to have, because the company is big, and it's got this whole, like, tree, chart of different, like, at my old team, you could trace me up through, like, 8 levels of management before you hit the president. Now it's probably, like, more like 4 levels. This person's like 2 levels below the president of the company. Like, so it's like, that's kind of, it's pretty high up. But she's not in my, she's not like my supervisor. She's considered like, she's just sort of someone that is involved in a lot of different things. And when they get involved, they have all this sort of power to be like, I'm going to come in here and help them, tell them how they're supposed to do their stuff. And she's actually really good at it, but sometimes it's like, she's very, I guess part of maybe what would make a person like that good at their job is the fact that they get really fixated on like, if something that they perceive is not perfect, that they become hyper fixated on it until they feel like it is perfect. But so probably the very same thing that maybe, you know, where I would be like, it close enough. Like, does it like this discrepancy? I can explain it and it doesn't matter. So who cares? Where it's like, no, we have to make sure that it never deviates, that whatever, like when I run my numbers, that your numbers have to be exactly the same. Like, okay. We can never let this happen again. It's like this huge deal. It's like, okay, all right. And meanwhile, like I'd already had like my own manager and other people telling me, like it's understood that since the reporting, the way I do it is not the same as hers, that it's anticipated that it's not going to be identical because we're doing different things. We're generating in slightly different ways. So that's been my stress this week. So, and now at this point, part of it, like I'm probably gonna log on tomorrow morning to try to set up, and I have tomorrow off. We're going camping. Before we leave for camping, I'm gonna have to log in and set something up to generate a report tomorrow, so that I'll have a snapshot of the data that when I run my report next week, when I do my own calculations next week, it'll look exactly like what her calculations are going to look like. It all like totally hinges on when did I pull the data? What was going on at the time that I pulled the data that I base my calculations on? And it has to be exactly like when she pulls her data, or else our numbers are different. Where I'm just like, yeah, let them be a little bit different. But, you know, whatever. I know it, even though if I don't think it should be a big deal, it clearly is a big deal, because I've been in like 3 meetings about it now. And every time it becomes more, before it was like, you have to pull your data every week at the end of the day at the same time. That's the important part. So I'm like, okay, well, every day, every Friday at 5 p.m., right before I log off work, I pull instances of all these reports to capture that data. And that's what I've been doing for months. And that's where one day on a Friday, some dude worked overtime and at 9 o'clock at night, finished one more memo. And then, so by Monday morning, the count was one more. And the fact that mine was one off on hers was like, it's been like a big thing for a week, like this huge deal, multiple meetings. How do we keep this from happening ever again type of thing? It's like, okay. So, and then, you know, some things that happen, especially when you're talking about complicated things, someone will, you know, explain something that they want, and maybe you think you know what they're asking, but there's some little thing inside their own head that they forgot to say or specify, or they thought, oh, you would know that they would know that I meant this, when it's like, that's not at all what it seemed like you meant. So that's what happened today, where I had to be like another exchange where it was some different way she told me to do things. I implemented, and she was like, no, I didn't mean for all of those. I just meant for like this one thing. It's like, oh, well, I thought you meant for all things like that show up in the reporting, not just that one thing. So anyways, yeah, I don't like it for myself either. It's sort of one of those things where, you know, I've been on my current team, I've been on for a year and a half. And I'll go months without having to interact with this person. Barely at all. Or if I do, it's interacting in terms of like, it'll be a larger group meeting and she's in the meeting. as sort of one of the the management about like setting up something we're working on or whatever. But it's really uncomfortable when it's like an invite pops up and it's just a meeting for me to meet with her about this thing that I'm not doing right. All right, let's go. Oh, I finished my solar panels. Okay. What I would really like is geothermal panel power, but that's going to take forever to. Batteries would be good. That's what I should do. So if I build a solar panel, it'll be able to store the battery. That's the next thing. So, and that's what I always got to remember about my job. There's a lot that I really like about my job. And under ideal circumstances, I like everyone that I work with. I like my manager. It's just there are times when it gets, like, everyone gets stressed out and things get tense. So, all right, Mr. Slaw, what are you doing? She's just going for a walk. Okay, well, as long as, all right, she's still, I just wanted to make sure she's not out of work to do, but that's not the problem. I think she's just having some downtime. Still good on meat there. You still going to do some more cooking there, Mr. Slaw? Is Mr. Slaw made out of cabbage? No. It was back during the pandemic when she was involved, like she played D&D with us. It's my wife. Her sort of handle became Mr. Slaw because she was going to be Mrs. Law, like I was G Law, and then Mrs. Law. But then the way that it showed up, like, and however she did it on Discord or whatever, I was like, it looks like it says Mr. Slaw. And we both thought that's funny. So then she started using Mr. Slaw like regularly when it came to when she's playing games online. And so whenever I make a character, a breakup, Mr. Slaw told G-Law it's not working out. And Mr. Slaw, what do you mean it's not working out? I didn't even know that shit could happen. What? That's not supposed. They're supposed to have kids. I bought biotech so they could have kids. Social? I can't see anything here. She... Oh no. I didn't realize this. I made G-Law to be lazy, like one of the attributes. And apparently I made her a hard worker, and that makes, like, that causes there to be resentment. I wonder if that's what triggered it. It's because when I was setting them up, I was like, let's be real. G-Law, he likes to do paperwork, but he's lazy. I'm like, that's kind of like me. You know, I gotta have some upsides and some downsides. So, but I thought if you choose lazy, it just means you do physical work a little slower. I didn't realize I would get a divorce because of it. Right after describing how it's my wife's online name. Well, I can't believe this. If she ends up hooking up with my older brother, I'm going to be very upset. All right. Romance. It says... All right. Let's see. Has he started? Crash together. They've had deep talks. Cannot romance. Incestuous. Well, that's a relief. But my brother's not going to hit on me. Mr. Slaw has a low. All right. Well, I guess. And now she's. Why did I change my name? It says we both changed our names to our maiden names. I mean, it'd be okay if I'd taken her name and change it, but we were both Lawrence Hawk and Amanda Hawk. Why neither one of us are Hawk now? All right, well, I'm going to go back to Lawrence Hawk. Lawrence Cruz doesn't work. That defeats the whole... That defeats the whole thing. All right, G-Law, bio. Now, that's one thing the mod lets me do. Is, normally you can't change your name in the base game. You can change the name when you're setting your character up at the beginning of the game, but not like at will. We're done, you lazy shit. And then she's like, all right, I'm gonna go haul this thing. All right, Mr. Slaw. All right, I think you don't get to be Mr. Slaw anymore, because if it's based on Mrs. Law, like I'm G-Law and you're Mrs. Law, you're not Mrs. Law anymore because you broke up with me. Therefore, you cannot be Mr. Slaw. Here, we're going to call her X-Slaw. Just a little punishment. She took your brand naming convention in a divorce? No. She will now be known around here as X-Slaw. That's a pretty dick move. But are you guys familiar with it's an internet thing that's been around. It's like a podcast thing that's been around for 20 years called Red State Update. That's also where Mr. Slaw comes from as a concept. I think that's why when I saw my wife's thing, I thought of the name Mr. Slaws, because Mr. Slaw is a character. They do like little sketches sometimes, and Mr. Slaw is a Red State Update sketch character they do. And it literally is like a puppet inside a bowl of, it's like a bowl of shredded cabbage. Yeah, I'm just saying this because you're asking earlier if it's made out of cabbage. The original Mr. Slaw character is literally like a Muppet style puppet in a bowl. Like someone's got like a big bowl, a salad bowl with the bottom cut out so they can have their hand in there, and it's just like this head that comes up out of the cabbage and talks, and that's Mr. Slaw. But yeah, Red State Update was like a political satire show that's been around forever. I think they first got famous in the 2007 presidential debates, where they were accepting questions by YouTube video, and these guys sent in some kind of funny question that ended up on CNN, and then you look up their channel and they have all sorts of like goofy stuff. But so, and I ended up meeting one of the guys in real life later too. He used to come into when I lived in LA and I worked at I lived in the building that had the bar downstairs, like a pub. He used to come to the pub, so I met him a couple times. Wow, things are getting pretty filled up in there. You know what? Maybe can we undo? Can I undo all these at once, maybe? Here, why don't you mine some of this instead? Mine vein. Because we could probably use some more compacted machinery. I think we got tons of metal now. In fact, maybe I can make I could probably make a windmill. I can make a solar panel. 100 steel? Yeah. Hey, it's Jay the Goat. I know it's been a while. How long has it been? Like a year? I met you in the when I was streaming Rune. Well, oh, I am having a hard time. RuneScape. I was gonna call it RuneCraft. Like that's not right. RuneScape. Yeah. Okay. How you doing, man? I think I don't remember all the details, but I seem to recall you were going through some rough times back in the day. You think it's settled all down at all for you since then? I don't remember what it was, but I remember thinking like, "Holy shit, you're going through some shit." So, yeah, Joss, you didn't know? Maybe it was one of those periods where you were like, you couldn't come to a stream for a year or something. But yeah, I think I only streamed it once. I played it for about a week. Did I stream it twice? I was enjoying it, kind of like what it felt to me like a chill vibe of it. But I think I wasn't committed enough for the long term, which might be for the best because it does seem like one of those games where if you get into it, like it becomes your entire life. You got a spouse and a new apartment and a baby boy on the way. You know, 180. You quit drinking as well. Oh my god, dude! Wow, congratulations and wow, that I'm really happy to hear that. That's you know, life has its ups and downs, and that's great when you can sort of grab it by the horns and turn it in a different direction, in a good direction. You're playing it right now? Well, but Joss, I remember, even if you weren't in the stream, I remember asking you about RuneScape a few times. Because I had considered over the years, I've had my eye on it a few times and I thought about trying it. And I think I did try it a few years before and just barely tried it because it's free. You know, you can install it and I play it for a few minutes and go, I don't know. Play for like an hour, go, I don't know. But this time I actually spent the better part of a week playing it and really kind of, I got into it a little bit. I can see the appeal. What do you think about Canada wildfires? Is it affecting Columbus, Ohio pretty bad? I feel terrible to say this, but I haven't been paying attention to the news enough to know about the wildfires. I've been in my own universe of work drama lately. So if it's not one of the very top headlines, I mean, I still will check like news sites every now and then, but I'll only look at usually like the top few headlines. You got sober and straight now. You're on a wild path. Yeah, I think I remember at least a couple times that when you came and hung out my stream, I think you were like shit-faced at least one of the times. And you were in a dark, like, it was one of those like not having fun drinking. It was like I could tell you were not in a good place. So sometimes it's hard to tell whether the alcohol is part of the problem or if it's, well, I don't know. I think alcohol often, if it's not part of the problem, becomes part of the problem, but sometimes people drink because it's not caused by the drinking, but maybe it can be, you can spiral though with the drinking. So anyways, heart attacks, it can cause heart attacks, strokes. It's really bad, and always various types of cancers. If I ever get back into it, I should add you. Okay, I can't believe that I wasn't in touch with you about it when I was playing it before. I mean, it must have been a period during which you were super busy. Although I'm almost tempted, now that we're talking about it, to open up that stream again. I streamed it once or twice, and just to scan it to see if you were there and you just don't remember. You were always in a bad spot. And it was alcohol, cocaine, and it was bad. You're surprised you didn't die. That's one thing, like in my family, addiction has been a huge problem, like on both sides of my family. And especially alcoholism, but not, there have been people in my family, my extended family, who've had other substance problems as well. Oh, ex-slaw. she's sleeping in the storage room. All right. This is my wife here who just announced that our marriage wasn't working, and now she's, you know what? I almost feel like, yeah, let's let her. She's unhappy for her awful bedroom, but there was a place for you right here, right? But you just decided like you weren't into that shit. So, hopefully we'll get around to building you a separate bed soon, but we're pretty busy these days, X-Law. What's going on with the work drama? Oh, it's more just office politics bullshit, but it's just the work that I do is very mentally demanding and complicated, and there are people who are like just making it feel exponentially harder. Like everything I'm doing is under a microscope, and sometimes it's like nitpicky stuff that like I feel like it shouldn't matter. So I've talked about this a lot the last couple of weeks because it's been snowballing. But anyways, it just the thing is too, it's like no one else in my position does anything nearly as complicated or demanding as what I do. And I volunteered to do it because I was like, well, I'm the only person among like this level of person on my team that really has any experience using Excel to generate these kind of custom reports that our leadership wants. But that's the basic thing, is it's really complicated, the stuff they want me to do. It's basically like doing like one day a week, it's like doing a math problem for 8 hours straight, a hard math problem for 8 hours straight. And then only for the next day there's a particular person who is always like, no, we didn't mean that, or why is it like this? Like they keep changing it. We'll do it like this instead. And from now on, do it. But it's like not enough. It doesn't feel constructive. It feels more like nitpicky. So, and every time every time that they want to do a correction, it's very like stressful. It's like they make a big deal about it. So it's like, oh, I have to do this meeting. It's just kind of like where I feel like, shit, am I in trouble? Because this person's like really hot, kind of high up in the company too. So it's just stressful. See, you just smoke a little weed here and there, but in your pastimes, you've been working out, fishing, spending time with the girl, and working a lot. Okay. So, I mean, I think anything like that can be okay. I mean, drinking too, if you're not, drinking too can be okay. I mean, certain people, they realize they're wired, but they just can't do it at all, or else that's a slippery slope. And maybe you could get away with doing a little weed, and it's not the slippery slope that other stuff would be. But as long as it sounds like you got a good balance, so that's good. You looked up the RuneScape stream? You weren't there, but Nick mentioned you like playing it. I feel like I must have talked about it. Because I know before I played it, I know I asked you about RuneScape at least once in stream. Because I knew that... Because we're Steam friends, right? So I'd always see, like, notifications that you were playing RuneScape. Like, all the time. And I know I asked you about it a couple times, and it was one of the reasons, too, where I was like, maybe I should check it out. Okay, extravagant construction. What is this? Consul Theodore Oakshouch of the Fallen Empire is a rat self-tamed? Why? Now I've got a pet rat I didn't ask for. Just another mouth to feed. Maybe I could share my bed with it. I'll name it Mr. Slaw, and it could be my new bed buddy. Okay. Requesting you build a monument to commemorate his own friends? The monument is 3x3 in size and will require these resources. Alright. I don't think I've got all that stuff. I definitely don't have all that stuff. Must be completed within 12 days? And if okay, you know what? I'm not going to accept that because I don't think I'm capable of building it. You're like, every time you take a drink, you can't have one, so you decide not to do anymore. And that's true for a lot of people, you know, if they have problems with alcohol. And that's the problem too, is if they start getting it under control, then they'll go. I mean, the only thing I can compare it to is I was a smoker for 20 years, and I'd go through. Now, smoking obviously has a different kind of impact on you than alcohol does, but just in terms of like the way that addiction plays with your head, where it was really hard for me to quit, and I almost managed it. Like I quit for a couple months, a couple times. And then I'd start thinking like, well, now I could just have a cigarette every now and then. Like I don't feel like I'm addicted to it anymore. I can just have it every now and then. And the first time I bought a pack of cigarettes, like within 24 hours, I was back to like half a pack a day. And then 2 days later, I was smoking a pack a day. Like I just fell right back into it again, 100%. And so that's where it's like, I feel like people, when they're talking sort of the same thing about other addictions, where I'm like, yeah, no, I can see how you just slip right back into it. Like just all the way back in. I played old school though, and you only recently started playing that. I played both during that week, and I think I did like a month of premium as well. I want to say I did, and I was trying both of them. So I probably did more old school RuneScape, and when I streamed, I think I only streamed old school RuneScape. But during that week or two when I was playing with that, I was trying them both out and like comparing them and like doing some quests. And then going to the other version and going to that same area and seeing what it was like to, you know, sometimes you spot the same quest, but like everything is very different and that sort of thing. It's a nice change of pace because you're so late game. Okay, I can see that. That'd be a little bit like the difference now between like World of Warcraft. So someone just mentioned. They're trying so hard to be World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft retail versus WoW Classic has sort of the same problem as like that people, the people that complain about RuneScape 3 seem to complain that like it just kept snowballing over the last 20 years with like more features and more this and more that, to where the game is kind of unrecognizable compared to how it was originally. And so there's a lot of people they want, well, it seems like they've had old school RuneScape around for a long time already, but that's the demand for it, is the people that don't want that feature bloat. Now World of Warcraft, I think, has Classic is the same similar idea, where after whatever 15 expansions of World of Warcraft, the game is like unrecognizable from what it was originally. Evolution of combat, the majority of players quit because of how drastic the update was. Okay. Whereas, you know, and you're right when you say it wants, like, if it wants to be like World of Warcraft, it's, you know, the idea, I think, of RuneScape, the evolution of RuneScape, was to try to make it more accessible. The stuff that people thought was hard to grind is hardcore. Stuff is, you know, not as fun as like World of Warcraft. So let's make it more like World of Warcraft. And I think that probably helped for some people. That made it like, hey, yeah, this actually I'm having more fun now. But then there are other people, a lot of people are like, hey, I liked it the way that it was, dude. Like, quit trying to be World of Warcraft. I wanted to play World of Warcraft. Guess what? I would play World of Warcraft. Don't try to make this into that. So I could totally get kind of both sides of that coin. Now you quit because PKing was terrible and it was not fun. You didn't used to be terrible? I never got involved in player versus player. In RuneScape, anyways. In World of Warcraft, for early on, for a couple years, I did spend about half my time on PvP servers. But it wasn't because I liked fighting people. It's just because I actually liked that thrill of knowing, like, people could kill you. Like, it just made going around the world feel more thrilling. To feel like you're in, like, it felt like you're in actual danger. But no, I agree. Like, I never actually liked being killed. And like, when the killing people would get out of hand, it would be like really, I might get real pissed off and stuff. Still not great at high level PVM, but they recently streamlined the combat, which is nice. See, there's the flip side of that coin. The streamlining it actually works for a lot of people. All right, let me look for some more compacted. Here's some compacted stuff right in our little yard here. Let's see, can I mine this too? Deconstruct? And I should harvest some of these. There's berries all over the place right now. I've barely been paying attention. Barely been paying attention to the game. There's all these things I should, just real basic little things I should be just paying attention to. All right. April, May. We're getting closer to summer. It's starting to get warmer. Old school is kind of slow to level. With yeah, since you're an adult with a wife and job, but still grind when you can. Well, yeah, I mean, RuneScape 3 can still be kind of a grind, though, right? Here's the old school is even more of a grind. That was actually one of the things I kind of liked about that, and that's one of the reasons too where, like, when I play MMOs now, one of the ones I'll go to is Lord of the Rings Online. Not only because I'm like, I just have a massive thing for the world of Tolkien, but it's because it does have that slower kind of pace. And I know, like, when I played more recent versions of World of Warcraft, it just feels like the pacing of the game is just moving so quickly, and I'm like, I just like to be able to spend a couple hours like just doing a thing and not having to think about what I'm doing next. Like, I'm just going to gather resources, or I've just got a couple objectives to do, and it's going to take me a while to do it. And it's just like, I just want to do it to relax and chill out. And it got to where, like, World of Warcraft, every 5 seconds, it's like, oh, I killed 2 things, and now I have to go back and do the next quest, or I have to do the next thing. That fact that I wasn't like, hey, I picked up a quest, and that means for the next half hour I have to be killing like orcs. It's instead you kill 1 orc. Yay, you finished. All right, go back and here's your reward. Do the next thing. What is this game? This game is called Rimworld. This game, I think it came out in early access in like 2013. Somewhere around 2018, I think it came into full release, and it's hugely popular for people that like this kind of game. I don't know if you would have heard of it, but there's an old game that's been around like 25 years called Dwarf Fortress. It was free for the longest time. It's built by these 2 brothers that just did it as a passion project, but it has a huge cult following. And a few years ago, that came out on Steam. It's like, you know, I think they're actually doing really well off of it. But it's sort of the original of this kind of game, where, like, this is not like The Sims where I'm controlling these guys. There's like work priorities, sort of a hierarchy. Like, well, this kind of work's available, like whatever. Like this guy, it's from G-Law. It's from left to right, highest to lowest priority. But if you put the number higher, or the number, so like number 2 is higher than 3, so he'll do this first now. But if there's an attack, or he's also the trained doctor, if someone gets hurt and needs a doctor, then he'll stop doing this and he'll go be a doctor. So, and treat them. So you sort of set up these sort of complex chains of everyone sort of automated. And anyways, that's because it can be kind of chill, but it can also be a lot to keep track of. And crazy stuff happens. Like, I started this game where it was this was like based off of me and my wife. And this guy is my brother, but he's a fictional. He's not based on anyone in real life. But in the game, he's my older brother. And so it was like me and my wife and whatever. And then just randomly out of the blue, she broke up with me, ended the relationship. So I don't know what's going to happen now. I've been up in 5 hours driving a girl to work. Yeah, it's nice to catch up. Thank you for the update too, man. That's like a feel good story. How well things have turned around for you. So we're so glad to hear it, and take care. And I hope you, man, enjoy your times, man. Life is good for you, and that's great. Let's see. All right, that's what I found. When I do a lot of talking, I barely pay attention. All right, rat. Is there a reason I want to have a pet rat? Can I train him? Can I train him to haul items? Rat is too small to train this. You know what? Maybe I can make X-Slaw be friends with the rat. Let me see. What? Sell me on the idea of why I would want a pet rat. Widely hated rodent, known for soiling kitchens and spreading diseases. Rats have a way of following humans everywhere they go. Eats almost anything and lives almost anywhere. This is not making me more interested in having a rat for a pet. I mean, I know there are people in real life that have rats for pets. Like, you know, sort of like weird looking hamster type of thing. Hamsters you can't train to haul shit either, but people like them because they're cute. And probably don't they don't carry diseases to the same extent. All right, you know what, Mr. Rat? I think we're just gonna add rat meat to the menu. All right, your days are numbered, Rat. Who's gonna come for you? Is it Slim? Is X-Slaw gonna come get you? And, oh no, it's Ratus is here. Almost forgot. I was talking shit. Ratus has spoken. Well, you know what? If it comes to it, hopefully it's X-Slaw that kills the rat, and then I can just say it's my my evil ex-wife who delights in the suffering of others. It's her fault the rat's dead. It's her fault we're eating rat pie tonight. Uh-oh, G-Law's going for him. Oh no, G-Law's just, hey, rat, hold on. Don't go in the damn kitchen or pantry area. I think I can I give the rat? Yeah. You're restricted to the wolf mouth zone. The wolf mouth zone. Oh, I guess we can expand. I was going to say the wolf mouth zone is everywhere except the kitchen area and this little crafting area for some reason. I think originally. All right, I'm going to undo that. Manage wolf mouth. We're going to expand here. There. The wolf mouth. If you're confined to the wolf mouth zone, you can go anywhere on the map except where we store and prepare the food. The thing with funeral? You want to test something? Does your chat say something different when you say funeral? No, but it also doesn't have that translation symbol. So I know you actually said funeral right now. Because if that little translation symbol came up, I would have thought you just said Matus, which apparently translates in My browser's mind translates to the word funeral. All right, you stay out of the kitchen until we're ready to cook you, okay? What's he doing down there? What are you doing there? Wandering? Who's gonna slaughter you? Probably Slim is gonna slaughter him. Once Slim stops doing mining stuff. All right, let's get serious. I know I kid, well, sort of, that my my ex, Mrs. X Slaw, is no longer my spouse anymore. But I shouldn't make her sleep on the floor in the dirty storage room. It's time to forgive. Let me see, what do I do? Just gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4. It's time to forgive. Here, but maybe we'll make her go outside. At least for now, she's gonna have to go outside to get her bedroom. That'll be one of the little caveats. Here, we'll make a little wooden patio for her, so she doesn't have to walk through mud when it's raining. It's just to acknowledge her status as someone who's... We're going to give you a bedroom, but you're also going to be just a little bit shunned. You have to go outside to go to bed. I mean, the thing is, she's still working her ass off to... Is she even building her own bedroom? I gotta admire her a little bit. It's an industrious lady there. But I don't know who's gonna end up having kids now that she broke up with G-Law. Oh, look at him graciously helping build her bedroom. What a swell guy I am. Here, maybe we'll, just to be nice too, we're gonna build roof area just over this little area here. So, look how gracious I am. Not only does she have her own bedroom, she still has to go outside to come and go from the main house. But I've given her a little patio to step on, and it's covered. So even if it's raining, she doesn't have to, you know, get wet. All right, let's put a wall torch in here. Not enough wood stored. Whoops. All right, now it's time to cut some wood then, huh? Any new trees? Yeah, some new trees have grown up nearby. Any trees in here I can cut down? Yeah, okay. That should be enough to replenish our wood supply a little bit. All right, we got... I'm going to pause any future construction construction at the moment. Because look, finally, there's enough downtime. People are actually cleaning all the dirt. Maybe Slim will finally get around to slaughtering the rat. Here, should we redo this? Just to make it more dramatic, we will name the rat Ratoose. Ratoose's days are numbered. And then he will become Funeral. You know, maybe here. We're just going to translate it to its final meaning. The rat's name is now Funeral. Let's cut out the middleman translator. Is rat going to go in here and chew on the dead bandit corpse? Rat doesn't give a shit. He's going to sleep in the graveyard. Apparently he doesn't care. I gotta give, look at her sleeping outside. Slept on ground, sweaty. These are her problems in her life right now. And now, G-Law still completely devastated that she divorced him. That's the thing. He's sweaty too, but that's not nearly the same problem. But her, she's upset that Wolfmouth is like she's not Wolfmouth's favorite person. And she's upset she slept on the ground, which let's be real. Why are you sleeping on the ground instead of bed right now? Consequences. Consequences. Just gonna sleep under the stars. Look on the bright side. And it's everyone's sweaty because it's midnight right now, and it's still 82 degrees out here. All right, I probably should make start building solar panels. The question is where? Because I'm gonna keep building. Well, I think I can move the solar panels to later too. All right, I'll put a couple out here, or maybe because these thermal vents, I'm gonna put thermal generators on eventually, so my power grid will go this far up. It's just a question of like how soon. Yeah, let's put it over here. Maybe we should let them finish building her bedroom first. And cutting down some trees so we can have wood. Let's not get ahead of myself. Even though she broke up with me. Ex-law. How could she break my heart? All right. Go chop down some trees. All right. Get another bed. Wait, not bedroll. Oh, here's bed. A wooden bed. Here, we'll mirror this. It's going to be like a hotel. All the rooms are going to look the same inside. Unless you're in the deluxe room that G-Log gets. The deluxe room where people who don't divorce their wives, they get to sleep in the deluxe room with the nice bed. Mrs. X Slaw gets to sleep in the generic room that she has to walk outside to get to it. And hey, Nick! Oh wait, I know Joss was leaving, but did I say goodnight to Joss? Now I feel bad because I probably didn't. Maybe he'll listen to this again. He'll come back to the stream just to see. Did he ever say goodnight to me? You have to wait 15 minutes after he left to hear it. Good night, Joss. There you go. It's there. It's on the record. I said goodnight to him. It was a little delayed, but I did say it. Hey, Nick, I finally finished Bard's Tale 4. Yet another game on my completed list. Look at G-Law and Slim hanging out. G-Law doesn't know that before his wife divorced him, Slim hit on her. They're brothers. wonder if Slim's going to try and hook up with her now that she's a single woman. Oh, okay. Well, I thought Joss was saying something about how it's late for him, too. I know, man. I'm getting everyone's chats confused. All right. Never mind. I revoke it. How much more? Well, it's Bard's Tale 4. I haven't. The 3 is one of the original ones from the 80s, which I do have that remastered version. I think I ended up putting probably about 80 hours altogether. So like I went into Saturday thinking, oh, I'm gonna finish this. I'll spend a few hours and I'll finish it today. Oh, there goes Ratus. Oh, no more Ratus. Bye bye. Sorry, Ratus. Although we did update his name to Funeral, so it's appropriate. Just clean up the little Ratus blood stain from the floor. There, mess managed. I really liked it. I mean, I was definitely ready for it to be over by the time it ended, but that's how I feel about most games. Doesn't matter how good it is. Like at a certain, if it's long at a certain point, I'm like, okay, let's get this wrapped up. Oh no! This is finally after 10 years. Matus is like, that's the last indignity. I'm going to quit the Gaming Lawyer channel. All right, what should I? Okay, I got batteries and solar panels. So this is a good. It's probably a good start for our needs. Machining, smithing, beer brewing, fishing, carpet making. Oh, I can actually plant seeds. Maybe I should do tree sowing. I mean, they do seem to grow pretty naturally around. But then it'll build into cocoa. Then I can create cocoa trees. All right, I'm going to do that just in case I don't think I'm going to run out of wood. Here, let's harvest some berries too. Let's harvest some of that natural medicine too. Oh, let's look at all this stuff. Orders, let's harvest all this stuff. Oh, all right. We built the bedroom. I suppose we'll let X Slaw, the chef X Slaw, may sleep there. She can sleep there by herself. No husband anymore. The dog doesn't like her. Everything is, she's really painted herself into a bad place. No, you can actually grow weed. But this is literally, these are plants that are wild heal roots. It's basically like, you can have med packs and stuff like that. The wild heal roots are, I think, I forget if you need to use these to make the herbal medicine, or if it's just, no, I think it just is herbal medicine. Once you've harvested it, it's herbal medicine. I think it's called smoke leaf. Like there is like the weed version in this game. I think it's called smoke leaf. All All right. A rat self-tamed. I never asked for the rat. The rat just suddenly decided it was our domesticated pet. I think the rat learned pretty quickly that if you're going to be a pet we don't want, you're just going to be more like livestock. Although Chauncey lays eggs, which is, you know, which is good. Oh, yeah, that's cool. If I get a male chicken, they can have baby chickens, but I don't know if I want to deal with that. But I guess I could eat Chauncey, too, if I, if I wanted to. How's she doing with food? Do I need to expand this so she can have... Oh, I'm still a little bit short on wood. Here, let's we're gonna clear this area out of wood because this is where I'm gonna build my solar panel. Solar panel. Nick, you know where that's from? Solar panel. That's become a thing at our household whenever the concept of solar panels come up. It was specifically called out in the Rift Tracks version of Birdemic. At the beginning of the movie, the main character is like this solar panel salesman. And they have this whole scene where he's just doing a presentation about solar panels. And every time he says the word solar panel, he says it fucked up. He's like, solar panel. And he says it over and over again. And then the Rift Track guys make a big thing out of it. So it just became a thing that, a takeaway. Donkeys join? Jump to... So I just got donkeys now. All right. I think donkeys are good. We can train... requires advanced trainability? All right, well, first... we're going to create a new zone. Let's see. Zone. Gonna do... Wait, where's this? Where do I manage zones? Manage areas. Create a new area. We're gonna call it the Donkey Zone. Zone. And the Donkey Zone is going to be very similar to the Wolfmouth Zone. Hold on. We'll copy... Oh. Never mind. We'll just... copy this. It'll be the Donkey Zone. And I keep wanting to spell it with an M. I don't know why. Except, I do want to shrink the Donkey Zone. I want the donkeys to not come inside at all. So we're removing all of the indoor areas. In fact, I'm going to remove all this because I don't want them to say like, well, I'm not being inside the house. I'm just going through the house to get to this other zone I'm allowed to go to. I don't want them playing politics with me like that. There we go. Donkeys shall live outside. And other than that, they can live wherever they would like. You're free to roam. But dang, I thought donkeys could Be trained to haul stuff. Isn't that what donkeys are known for? Being beasts of burden? What's this shit? An ancient exostrider midsection contains an ancient mechanoid transponder. Attack this to destroy it. I'm a little scared too. Alright, where's my donkeys? What does this have to say about donkeys? Small relative to the horse, domesticated in ancient times for farm work. Its goofy call is simultaneously annoying and endearing. When in a caravan, people ride donkeys to increase the caravan's speed. Oh, so is that what it's for? Just for to increase caravan speed? I would like them to learn how to haul stuff, but it seems like according to this, it's not an option. Donkeys have a great sense of humor. Are you sure that's not just the one from the Eddie Murphy donkeys? Might just be a specific donkey. What's he doing out here? Just keep them named Donkey 1 and Donkey 2. You've not seen the wrist tracks for Birdemic in a long time? You still get the song from the movie in your head sometimes? Oh yeah, that's that hanging out, hanging out, hanging out, hanging out with the family, having ourselves a party. That one? And then that's the whole song. They just do it over and over again for like 5 minutes. While three people awkwardly dance in a big room. Don Quixote. Oh, okay, hold on. I think we're renaming Donkey 2. I like that. Donkey Quixote. All right. Don Quixote is now an official thing. The other one's still called Donkey 1. Actually, since there's only 2 donkeys and the other one is no longer Donkey 2, maybe he could just earn the name Donkey, just like the character that Eddie Murphy plays in Shrek. Here, we'll remove the 1. You're not just a donkey. You are Donkey. Until we think of something better. Donkey dose? Is that a play on words I'm not getting? More than you deserved, ex-slaw. Let's see if she's happy with her situation now. Decay chokers? Must be a band. They're attacking immediately. Oh, it's just one person. I don't know what they've got with them. Do they even have weapons? It looks like they're just carrying some drugs with them. All right, everybody wake up. Got a badass on the way. All right. Everybody protect Chauncey. And here he comes. Oh, Slim's already got you on with his sniper rifle. This is a horrible idea. Oh, there you go. Let me see. What did he drop? Some drugs? I think Yayo is like cocaine. Is it? Let's see. Refined powdery preparation of a psychite drug. Produces a euphoric high, dramatically reduces need for rest, and suppresses pain. So yeah, I think it's basically cocaine. Like all forms of psychite, it's addictive. They're not as addictive as the cruder flake, which I guess would be the equivalent of crack. Because of its high cost and refined appearance, many cultures associate yayo with degenerate wealth. Yeah, this is definitely a stand-in for cocaine. All right, maybe we can sell it to somebody. All right, let's allow all that stuff. Maybe we can sell. No, that knife is shit. It's poor. It's a poor knife, and it's already at 40% strength. And you know what? Yeah, somebody should pick his ass up. Oh yeah, you guys should stop being drafted. Stop being drafted and go back to bed. Although I'm tempted to make Mrs. Slaw before she or ex-Slaw, before she goes back to bed, she has to haul the dead body first. Just so she can remember her status in the clan now that she decided out of nowhere to break up with me. We're like we're the 3 people in the whole world stranded on this island. Well, there's other people, but you know, in the world, but just 3 of us stranded together. Husband, a wife, a husband, and his brother, and she divorces him just in the middle of the living room. She's just like, we're done. And she goes and does some chores. You feel as if she's being treated differently from the others? She definitely is. She's ex-Slaw. She's treated accordingly. Donkey Doug. Oh, yeah, that's the... Was it the guy? It turns out to be the guy's dad? The Asian dude? Oh, okay, now I've got the other guy's got to be Donkey Doug. All right. Some people get up and you need to haul corpses to be reminded of their place. That's right, funeral. And the donkey making donkey sounds. I like that. What's the badger? Yep. A female badger. Jason's dad from Jacksonville. I think it's time to build that solar panel. Oh, you know what? We'll let them finish cutting the wood. With only 3 people, you can only assign so many tasks before they start not getting everything done in an acceptable manner without juggling their priorities like every 5 seconds. Oh, dip, it's Donkey Doug. Someday I need to go back and finish that show. And I finally got like, what, it's the 2nd or 3rd season? The last time I took a run at it, I broke past the 1st season, which I was always sort of having trouble getting into. And I ended up really liking it, but I just wandered off at some point. Here's Ratus. Rat meat. Just gonna come out and play some horseshoes, huh? How's it feel playing horseshoes after divorcing G-Law? For no reason. You enjoying those horseshoes? It wasn't explicitly stated, but I'm pretty sure the reason it didn't work out is because she's a hard worker and G-Law's lazy. It's so good. One of the perfect endings. Okay. I feel like you have to finish the first season before you can start liking Good Place. It doesn't seem like anything grand until season 1 finale. Yeah, that's the thing is, once you see where the show's really going, all of a sudden it's like, oh, this show is actually doing some pretty, like, surprising and cool stuff. Whereas it seemed like it was just kind of a gag where she's, what does she say, flap or whatever instead of fuck, because she can't curse? And that was only funny so many times. And the characters all seem kind of cartoonish and stuff, and it was just like, but it ends up like all kind of being woven together into a very smart story. But for the first few episodes, it felt like there's a amusing concept that I thought, well, 4 seasons of this is going to get old pretty quick. Holy forking shirt balls. Fork. Okay, there we go. Mad boom rat. Okay, this is a problem. Because boom rats explode. Is it coming for us? Alright, everyone needs to come out and address the boom rat situation. Donkey Doug is pregnant. I didn't check to see if they were male or female. Okay, kill it before it gets close. Someone kill it. No. All right, Slim, get the hell out of there. Get out of there, Slim. God damn it. They blow up. That's why I wanted you guys to shoot them before they got close. All right. I think Slim is officially injured now. Let's check Slim's situation. His left big toe just got burned off. The boom rat's discharge annihilated Slim's left big toe horribly. All right, well, he knows he's going to bed now to be a patient. G-Law, you gonna treat your big brother who just got an exploded toe? Let me see, what is that gonna do? Is he gonna be slow from now on? Body part is entirely missing. Bleeding. Hey, you gonna just crack a beer, are you? Excuse me. Aren't you supposed to patient, or is he just going to chill out in there and bleed a little bit? Oh, there he is. He's going to take care of it now. He just needed a beer first. Guess you got to have your priorities. He's like, oh, God, my brother's bleeding in the other room. Let me crack a Michelob first, and then I'll go treat his bleeding hole where his toe used to be. It was total destruction. Indeed it was, Nick. Alright, well, Slim. Sorry, man. Oh, there's a big old fire going on out there. Shit. You get fucked up trying to... I just want it to go out, man. Well, I was going to chop all that area down and clear it for solar panels. It's just going to keep going, though. Will it burn itself out eventually, maybe? Or... I mean, it's far enough away right now that I'm not worried, but it might keep burning all the way down to my wooden house. And it's burning a lot of resources. Gathering wood. Yeah, do I need to... Oh, I know now. I was like, how come he's not... No one's trying to fight it? It's because it has to be considered a home area or they ignore it. If it's in... If the fire is happening on what's considered to be your property, they will spring into action and fight it off. So that fire is not dying down even a little bit. All right, let's just make sure what our actual home areas are considered. All right, let's expand that out a little bit for now. The downside is everyone, they're going to think they have to clean up all the dirt and anything that happens in the home area. So usually you don't want it too big, but I also want to make sure that if this fire does start spreading closer to our home, that they start considering it an emergency sooner rather than later. This is a this is fine meme. Yeah, during the last week or so that I was playing Bard's Tale 4, I actually started thinking about Dwarf Fortress. I got kind of an itch. I started watching videos about it and stuff like that, but I also got excited because Rimworld's had a bunch of expansions. It's been 6 years since I played it. I just realized during the stream how long it had been. Because last time I was playing it, I streamed it, and that was in 2020. So I started looking at Rimworld, and then I got excited about the some of the expansions. So I bought a couple of the expansions, the most recent ones, and I think part of the appeal too was this is a complex game too. But I've played a lot of this, so it'd be a little easier to get back into than it would. You know, I've probably played maybe 10-15 hours of Dwarf Fortress, enough to where, you know, I didn't bounce off of it completely. But even when I was playing it, like, one of the reasons I stopped is because it just kept getting... It seemed like the longer I played it, the more complex it got. Yeah, these fires are not... They're not dying down at all. Let's see, can I... Sandstone blocks, steel, concrete. Straw? That wouldn't be good. All right, I think I'm gonna build like a... What is he doing with the donkey? Oh, is the donkey going in here too? Oh, we're definitely gonna have to expand this. I didn't realize donkeys were kept in pens. All right. Well, looks like Donkey Doug is getting to know Chauncey now. Anyone's Don Quixote is starting to roam away? He will leave the map unless an animal handler ropes him back into a pen. I'm getting a little nervous about the fire. Well, at least it looks like they're all prioritizing building this little patch of concrete. Yeah. I looked it up while I was doing the, before I started playing and we were just talking. I was like, how long has it been? And it would have been the last time I streamed it, would have been the last time I was playing it. And I streamed it twice. Once in 2020, at the beginning of 2020, and once in 2017. So those probably be like represent the 2 times since I've owned Rimworld that I got really into Rimworld. So I can't, and I think I played it more than I streamed it during those phases. Because in some sense, I sort of felt like I didn't stream the game well. But I've kind of gotten over that a little bit. That thing of like, oh, it's a game where you have to pay attention to what's happening. I just kind of suck a little bit. I did play another similar game about 2 years ago, which now I was trying to remember the name earlier. Game. Oh, I think it's called Alien Stranded Alien Dawn? Yeah. Stranded Alien Dawn is like literally like a 3D attractive graphics version of Rimworld. It's just not, I think it's not nearly as deep. But it's also a good game. Like it does some things pretty well, and it does certain things, you know, I'd say better. Or in a different way, at the least, than Rimworld does. And I did stream that. But that was even then probably still like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I probably should have focused on this area over. Oh, now they're like, hey, there's a fire. And of course, the only place where they haven't built the barrier is exactly where the fire is. Oh, you all just gonna go to bed, huh? Seems like firefighting is maybe the main thing they should be doing right now. Oh, is it raining? Oh my gosh, nature's taking care of it. All right, that was just like blind luck. All right, you know what? I think we're actually okay then. I mean, there's still lightning going. More fires could happen, but as long as it's raining, it won't matter. Time to make a religion of this. I don't have that expansion. That was the one remaining expansion that I was tempted to get. It's called Ideology, and it includes like setting up religions and belief systems and all sorts of things to the game, rituals, and you can have Christmas, that sort of thing. But I didn't buy that expansion, at least not yet. I got the one that makes it so you can have kids, which wasn't in the base game. And then I created this game where it was a version of me and my wife and my fictional older brother, all excited. I bought this new expansion. It's gonna let us have kids. Me and Mr. Slaw. Now look what's happened. But you know, I have to roll with it. When I was making the characters, I thought it was just kind of funny that I'd be like, I shall be the hard worker and I'll be lazy. I didn't realize that that would cause personality friction that was probably responsible for our marriage not working. Oh, we're almost out of food. Right, those fires aren't joking around, are they? Guinea pig. A boom rat. Where did all those pigs go? Oh, they're way out. They're way out at the edge of the map. Quail. Wouldn't mind some turkeys. Here. You go hunt that turkey. New lovers. Oh, this better not be his brother. Oh my God. Slim tried to romance X-Slaw by telling a story about von Neumann probes. X-Slaw was attracted and is now Slim's lover. This is it's sort of funny that this is like an example of a development that's happening in this game that it's actually, I know it's fictional, but it's like, it bothers me. My wife divorced me in the middle of the living room. And now my older brother and my ex-wife, who I'm still probably all upset about. Yeah, still upset about being divorced. Let's see. I bet she's happy as shit. I am invested in the story now. This is sort of the twist I didn't expect to happen. There have been a few stories. Like, I remember even the game I played 6 years ago. There were certain things that happened where I was like, I really cared. I think we'd rehabilitated someone that attacked us. And, like, he was wounded. We nursed him back to health. And he had a bunch of really cool skills. So we kept him. But he had some kind of an addiction to something that we didn't have access to. And it was like a severe, like a nanite, like something, and it's an intense thing that they were addicted to. That if they couldn't get it, they would eventually go insane and try to kill everyone around them, like just lose control, and then eventually they would just die. And I actually liked this guy, and he became friends with everybody. And I still remember that this thing of like, how long can we keep, treating him, like letting him be basically part of the family, letting him keep, he's pulling his weight. He was good at what he did, but then every once in a while he started having these episodes where we'd have to throw him in. We had a jail prisoner area. We'd have to throw him in there until his episode ended. And then he would wear off and he'd come out and be normal for a while. But then the episodes started happening more and more. And I think eventually we put him down. Like I think we executed him, or maybe I just locked him up and never let him out again. I can't remember. That would have been on my stream 6 years ago. That character, I'm pretty sure. Now I feel like I want to go back and look at that again. All right, well, let's see. He's got a... Oh, his bed sucks. All right, you know what? Wait, why she... Yeah, so this is what's going to happen. That's going to be... Here. Unassign. No. It's going to be X-Law and Slim sharing the shitty big bed. And G-Law's going to move to the brothers' the brothers' quarters. This is where the brother-in-law sleeps. He's been demoted. And then this is just going to be, I don't know, for the next person that joins our colony. We're going to have a bed. Hey, well, maybe Slim and X-Slaw. Now I'm considering, I think she needs a name update. What should I call her? She was Mr. Slaw, then she divorced me and she's X-Slaw, and now she's lovers with my older brother. She needs a new nickname. If you guys have any ideas, let me know. I'll be thinking it over. A woman has needs. It's true. I would have felt better if, like, we recruited someone else and she fell in love with him than my older brother. But I guess she just couldn't wait, you know? We've been here 2 whole weeks. So, of course, what is she supposed to do? Stay married and not find a new person forever? Been here for 15 days. That's right, woman has needs. Slim, you gotta do better. Oh, his shooting just went up a level. Literally as I told him he needed to do better. You need better tactics. Get closer before you start shooting. You big weirdo. Alright, well, I can't micromanage you, Slim. I would have hoped that my ex-wife would have left me for someone better at hunting. Someone who has better hunting tactics than that. Name her Ho? I don't know. That feels a little like blunt. Like Hoslaw? Now I'm thinking about it, though. I could, like, just be like, oh, just call her a bitch or whatever. It's like, that wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing to say. Jezebel? The gloves are off. Let's see. Maybe, where is it at? See, I was thinking, well, this is also not, but something like her nickname would be the devil. You know, whatever. So, brother fucker. There. So, I'm gonna have to put an extra warning that kids can't come in here. Here we go. I mean, it's still blunt, but I feel like this is a lot more dialed in. Oh no, it's not subtle. It's not subtle. But You know, I want the name to be particularly tailored to the crime. And hoe is just such a general thing to, you know, bitch or hoe, whatever. Even the devil, what I came up with, it's such a general thing to call somebody. But there's a situation here where there's only 3 people. There's me, my brother, and her. And if she gets the new nickname, it's gonna, you know, anyone who comes to visit us, they see that tattooed on her arm, they're gonna be able to figure out pretty quick. Farming implement? Like hoe. Is she like a rake? Let me see. What else? I'm gonna go hunt guinea pigs. Hunt badgers. Some of these things, these ibex, they'll fuck you up. These things too, the llamas, I'm afraid, or the alpacas, I'm afraid to go after them because I'm pretty sure they'll fuck me up. Were there any more turkeys around? There's no turkey hanging out at the very end of the map. And there's another fire. Mr. Inslaw? Not immediately figuring out what that means. They won't know which brother. That's true. I mean, well, they'll know it's not her brother because there were the 2 brothers. Well, like an in-law. Okay. Okay. All right, Slim. Hold on. Slim. Let's do something. I'm going to draft you and move you closer to the turkey. And then I'm going to undraft you, and you can start shooting not 100 miles away from the turkey. You don't start at the maximum range. You're just going to have a little meal there. And the surfar turkey's like, what's that? What's that sound? What's going on? I better go investigate. I think Turkey's figured out. Turkey's figured out the gunshots are for him. Oh, how could you miss that many times? The turkey was right there. All right, go closer to the turkey. But careful not to shoot that thing. That thing will fuck the shit out of you, dude. Oh, hold on. Nope. Do not accidentally shoot the sloth. I think the sloth already feels like it's in danger, so it's taken off. I'm not coming after you, sloth. Wow. That's right. Uh-oh. What is that? A lynx. They don't attack people, do they? Oh, it just ran off the map. Oh, that sucked. All right. I think I need to expand the fenced in area. Because when it was just going to be a chicken, that was one thing. But now that there's a, Donkey Doug. Did the other donkey leave? I know the other donkey was... Yeah, the other donkey's gone now. What does it have to say about lynxes? It's a wild predator. Wildcat, larger than a house cat, smaller than a cougar. Survives on a diet of small birds and animals. Probably go after Chauncey. Their very warm fur keeps them safe from brutally cold temperatures of their frozen territories. Trainability, intermediate. So you can actually train it. You can tame it. You probably end up sustaining some injuries in the process. That's what would be my guess. Oh, look, Slim and Brotherfucker working together on the new fence. He's gonna get trapped in there, isn't he? Oh, he just climb over it. Never mind. That really wasn't a lot of rice, was it? I thought that would yield more rice. I think I'm going to expand the rice zone. All right. There's Wolfmouth. Trade goods. I can't believe this. Slim and X-Law now want to sleep together. All right. Yep. Boy, how things have changed. Poor G-Law. How's he doing? Still soaking wet, divorced by... Okay. Still just dealing with that. Needs a coonskin hat. And I'll bet she's just... How's she doing? I bet she's doing great. She's super... She's got a mood boost because she's really happy. She used to feel that way about G-Law. She used to have a mood bonus because of her opinion with G-Law. But now she doesn't even... He's not even in her thoughts at all. She's completely indifferent. Well, she probably actually doesn't like him. Yeah, she specifically... Well, her opinion of him is just slightly negative. She's like, -3. G-Law, -53. G-Law is basically like... You know... It would be appropriate that he would come up with his nickname, because that's basically how he feels about her right now. How does he feel about his brother, though? Does that bother him at all? He still has a great relationship with his brother. I don't know how that works. Rename them to Cain and Abel. So he'd be Cain and I'd be... But they still like each other. Apparently it's like bros before farming implements. Oh no! Do I have negative 54 with you? Do I still have the no, the rat meat's gone. Let me see. Do I still have the I wish I could look at the other meal. For a while, there would have been meals in here that would have said like made from berries and rat meat. But I guess we ate all of the ratus. All right, let's take this out, and then this can be their entire area. They can eat grass and have a great time. Oh, not yet though. I didn't realize there was still openings down there. I mean, is there anything at this point I want to spend money on? I'll wait till G-Law wakes up. It's dropped to 99. Although, that's still pretty high. I could buy a Labrador Retriever, a 1-year-old Labrador Retriever, for 300 coins. I could sell Donkey Doug. Oh yeah, it's pregnant. Okay, we can't sell the Donkey Doug until its baby comes out. Though we could sell the baby too if we're going that route. All right. What do you do with a telescope? Oh, it's just like a hobby. Flat screen television. No, I don't think we're in a buying tons of shit stage of the game yet. Could you breed a donkey and a horse and get a mule? I don't know. Actions. Is there a like a civilopedia type thing I could look it up? Historical records. Oh. Yeah, he just knocked up Doug and then took off, huh? All right, now we can deconstruct this part of the fence. Really opening things up for Chauncey and Donkey Doug. Yeah, Donkey Doug's got a little one on the way. I'm probably gonna need to expand this storage area as well. Mud, huh? Oh, wow. How the tides have turned for Eevee. All right. I think we need to build... Is there a reason? Okay, I think I want to keep this area technically outdoors. Where this is. I can't remember, but I feel like having a generator in an indoor area was a bad idea for some reason. And we'll do this. We're probably going to need a lot more wood. Security, floors. Here, I'm just going to concrete over the mud part, and the rest will just keep dirt for now. Oh, I can't? So it's like a little body of water in here? I was hoping I could just build over it, because it just says it's mud. All right. So I think what I'm going to do... I just had stone chunks. I don't allow chunks in this area. So I'm going to copy the settings from this area to this area. But I'm going to add stone, keep stone chunks, just so it continues to allow those. And then I'm going to create another storage zone. Oh, wait, hold on. No. Stop it. Oh. It's another stockpile to fill in the rest of this. But it's going to have the same settings as that. No, I want those to be separate zones. Oh, well. Never mind. I guess this can all be the same. Yeah, it's fine. Why do I not allow plants? Oh, trees. Okay. And I'm keeping this clear because eventually I'm going to expand. This area is going to be a crafting area. But right now I just don't have a lot of... I'm not doing a lot of crafting. No, we do not want to cover all of this up. Here, let's make a specifically unroofed area. And I could be totally wrong about this, but for some reason I'm like, it's a wood fire generator. My common sense is telling me it's not a good idea to keep that in an enclosed space. But maybe it's not a problem at all. I just know if it's, I don't want to be right next to a bunch of wood too. If I was going to build like wood walls next to it, but sometimes stuff like this can have problems and have little like fires and explosions and shit. It's like, I wonder if, since I can't dig this out, I wonder if they can go fishing in this thing. Probably not. Oh, look at she walks by Slim and waves to him. Hey, Slim. Hi, Slim. She's like, and he's like, hey, hey there. God, I don't want to say your name, but it's right there. This feels disrespectful. Another raid from the Decay Chokers. They're going to prepare for a while, and then they're going to attack. Let's see what we got going on. Just a dude with a club. He's got some decent skills too. Aggressive, immune to toxic pollution, impervious to disease, drug addicts. Okay, no. Bucks. Noise line. Yes. Yeah. I've watched quite a few of theirs. I like those videos. It's been a minute, but I'm trying to remember. There's one that kept, look at me, da, da, da. Look at me. Yeah, I think that one for some reason it kept popping up on my algorithm, and every time it popped up, I would listen to it again. I haven't seen any new ones lately. I mean, not new like within the last couple months. There was a point sometime in the last few months that like I sort of discovered them, and then I watched a bunch of their stuff. All right, this is actually probably, I wasn't planning on staying. I was gonna make it an early stream. I realized it's almost midnight, but we're leaving for a camping trip like first thing in the morning, and we're still gonna have to do a bunch of shit before we do. So I was originally not planning to stream until midnight, but I just got into the game, having a good time. Save. Gonna overwrite Gmail law main, even though things are a lot different now than they were when I started the stream in terms of our little situation here. All right. There. All right, there we go. Well, thanks for watching. I'm also, I can feel like tension, like my shoulders are just all sore, just because I've been, I think, clenched all week from work. So that was another thing. I suddenly became, once I realized how late it was, and it was at about the same time I realized how sore I feel sitting in this chair, because I used to sit in the same chair and work all day. Now that he just had his Monday meeting and knows about his TPS reports, he's a completely different lawyer. Remember the one that it's probably gonna keep me. It's gonna keep me longer than I anticipate, longer than planning. But now I've got to watch the "Look at Me," song again. And hopefully my video doesn't go shit. But if it does, then that's okay. Because I was going to end the stream anyways. It's all like 80s sounding music the way that I like it too. You know, it speaks to me.
Look at me, ba, ba, ba. Look at me, ba, ba, ba. Look at me, ba, 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 ba.
I don't even know if I saw the original video, like what this is parodying.
Look at me, ba, ba, ba. Look at me, ba, 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 ba. Sing, ba, ba, ba.
Put them in the microwave, and suddenly, magical bagels, bagels. We got bagels. It's magical. Put them in the microwave, and suddenly, magical bagels, bagels. We got bagels. It's magical.
All right, well that's enough of that. The other one that I really like is making G-Law's song sound good. Is it called 42? This is another one that got stuck in my head. It's just this whole channel mostly just takes clips from Red Letter Media and songifies them. And probably, I mean, there's a lot of people watch this stuff, but probably does not have a wide and expansive audience. Because it's like already I'm fans of Red Letter Media. So probably if you're not already a fan of Red Letter Media, which they're popular, but not everyone is into Red Letter Media. They basically mostly just talk about movies and do movie reviews and long discussions about movies all the time. Where are the... Oh, this 48. There we go.
You have a 1 in 3.8 million chance of winning a big thing. And the counter argument to the lotto is, well, someone's got to win. That's what they always say.
Yeah, but
someone's got to win. And yeah, someone does win.
almost certainly not you.
But yes, your odds are statistically. I could ask you, Rich, to pick a number between 1 and 100. I have a number in my head, and I want you to pick it.
40.
Wrong. Try again. Try again.
I'm gonna say 28.
Wrong.
98.
Wrong.
100.
Wrong.
99.
Wrong.
98.
Wrong.
84.
Wrong.
83.
Wrong.
87.
Wrong.
61.
Wrong.
62.
Wrong.
14.
Wrong.
9.
Wrong.
1.
Wrong.
3.
Wrong.
5.
Wrong.
48. Oh! Nobody's going to believe that! That is legit! I can't fucking believe that! I swear to God, this is amazing! Jesus Christ! Oh my God! I can't fucking believe
Rich also famous for his obnoxious laugh.
3.8 million! Go ahead, keep going, Jack. 76.
Wrong.
81.
Wrong.
Fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14,
Wrong.
15,
Wrong.
18,
Wrong.
29,
Wrong.
98,
Wrong.
100,
Wrong.
99,
Wrong.
98,
Wrong.
84,
Wrong.
83,
Wrong.
87,
Wrong.
61,
Wrong.
62,
Wrong.
14,
Wrong.
9,
Wrong.
1,
Wrong.
3,
Wrong.
5,
Wrong.
48. Oh! Nobody's going to believe
Yeah, that's some good stuff right there.
I swear to God, this is amazing. Jesus Christ.
All right, so that's the 48 song. That one's got stuck in my head quite a few times. Jack Packard? I don't know if I'm familiar with it. Maybe it is. They have certain people on the show that that are like not the main guys, or they're regulars, but they're not there all the time. It is Jack Packard? Okay. So like I know he's a known person, but I don't know his name the way I know everyone else's name. But I know he's got like his own channel and everything going on. Like, so he's known outside of Red Letter Media. I don't know if he's known because is he known because of his association with Red Letter Media is what put him on the map, or he had his own thing going on. Oh, he's one of the editors of Second Wind. Okay. Yeah, he's been on Best of the Worst forever, but he's not like I wouldn't call him like a core. Like I look at the core as like Rich Evans and Mike, whatever his last name is, and shit. Now I'm not remembering anyone's name. The guy on the left. I'm tired too. My brain's all out of brain juice. Mike J and Rich. Jay, that's what I think. Mike J and Rich. Yeah. And then there's sort of a rotating larger cast of people who are regular and they've been around for years, but I don't remember. I don't always know their names. You're also out of brain juice? I was like, I should know Jay, but there's only 3 people whose names I remember on this channel, and I can only remember 2 of them. But and you said that Best of the Worst is your background noise a lot of time. I like listening to that stuff too. Like even if I'm drifting off to sleep, I like their long form reviews. But the problem is Rich Evans' laugh. Like I don't know how many times that's happened where I've drifted off listening to them talk about movies, and that kind of like background thing can be for some reason like if I'm tired, it can help me go to sleep. But then I'll be like fast asleep, and I'll be like Rich Evans doing his crazy laugh. You saw him on a D&D channel once and was like, they had the similar thought in the other direction. Was that Jack? I don't think I've ever seen him anywhere else. Except like he's been in some of the music videos and some of Noiseland's videos. He collabed in a couple of those? They did a couple like where they got a bunch of people together to do one of their music videos. He was one of the people who was in it. The laugh doesn't bother me, like just listening to it. But if I'm sleeping and everyone's sort of talking in normal tones, and then it just cuts through. It's like an alarm clock going off. It's not that I'm like, it doesn't bother me like that it irritates me. It literally is like just a loud noise. So, and that's happened more than once that I've fallen asleep and YouTube keeps autoplaying and it'll autoplay Red Letter Media. And then it'll hit a point, hit something that's got Rich Evans laughing in it. And all of a sudden just that piercing high pitched sound. Oh.
No, Optimus!
It just cuts. It cuts right through.
car,
That
but
was
then
the-
another car
what?
flew into it.
I think that was the
No, it
red.
started blowing up before he hit it.
Oh my god!
And he flew into it for
Yeah.
no reason.
Is that what happened?
He just flew into it.
All right, so yeah, so you have like them sitting around talking, and maybe they get chuckling, and all of a sudden like that starts, and yeah, I've more times than I can remember, that I could count. I've woken up, I've fallen asleep while YouTube videos are on autoplay, and that laugh has woken me up, and then I'm like, God damn it! And it's even to the point where sometimes I'm like, I'd really like to watch I like some red letter media to go to sleep to, but I know Rich Evans' laugh is gonna fuck it up. People said they couldn't watch RLM because of Rich's laugh. You'd get it. Yeah, for me, his laugh doesn't bother me at all. If I'm not trying to sleep, I find his laugh like entertaining now. But it's literally just the decibel volume, the piercing decibels of it. If I'm sleeping, it'll wake me up. All right. Let's see. It's after midnight. I was not going to stay on this late, but oh well. And we got our camping trip with. This is the one family trip where my wife's her whole family goes, including all the the nieces and nephews and all the little kids. And it's just sort of like a zoo for 72 hours. I like all of them and everything, but it's exhausting for me. Like that's where I'm like, oh man, I've been so tired this week, and I'm like, oh, this weekend is gonna be, in some ways, it's gonna be fun, but in other ways, it's like, it's tiring. And then they're planning stuff like each day. We're gonna go paddleboarding and going and doing stuff, and I'm just like, can I just take a nap? But I think part of it is just I'm tired and a little bit crabby. Hopefully once I get there, I'll be in a better mood. But right now I'm just looking at it like, I can't deal with talking with people for 72 hours straight, which is sort of like what it feels like when we do these things, where it's just like, I can't be social for that long without it really taking a lot out of me. Well, not 72 hours. It's 48 hours from Friday to Sunday. But still, let me see. All right, you guys. Hey, but I was thinking about canceling the stream tonight, but I never got to the point of actually doing it. And I did it, and I actually, ended up having a full, basically a full stream. Had a good time. I'm glad I did it. I'm just a little tired now. I might be regretting that I stayed up so late tomorrow, but we'll see. It was a good time. Good time playing Rimworld. So some interesting stories emerged this evening during Rimworld as well. That's a nice present that I didn't cancel my stream. Happy birthday, Josh. But all right, you guys. Well, same time next week. And in the meantime, y'all need to just calm down, especially you, Evie. God damn it, settle down. Always with the hyperness. Go to sleep and good night. Go to sleep, Evie. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Settle down, for goodness sake. Go to sleep now. Evie 23, Justin died, Nick C, Maxie maybe still here, but twos. Jeff Harbaugh possibly. I say Josiditis, he does like, I'll be waiting for you in your dream.
Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. Go to sleep. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. In your dreams, I'll be watching you. In your dreams, I promise it's not creepy. In your dreams, I'm just watching over you to keep you safe. Go to sleep now. Go to sleep. If you see my face in your window, I'm just watching over you. A thump in your closet, a shadow in the hall. I promise it's not creepy. I'm just here to keep you safe in your dreams. I'll be watching you. In your dreams, I promise it's not creepy. In your dreams, I'm just watching over you to keep you safe. Go to sleep now. Go to sleep. I'll be waiting for